What is the only cryptocurrency that you should invest?
DogeCoin!
It's the people's currency, you know it's the best.
Please buy!
The most fun and ironic crypto, that is for sure.
So crypto!
We're taking DogeCoin to the moon.
To the moon!
And if a broker says, listen, you can't get rich with Dogecoin, say stop. But even Daddy Elon knows it's the time to join.
Much fun!
Cause
Fate loves irony.
therefore we're passing Bitcoin soon.
Elon Gene Snoop!
Take this little puppy to the moon. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, never sell.
Much rich!
Buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more, it's doing well.
Such high!
Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, never sell.
Much value!
Rising, 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 I can tell.
Very trading!
Shut up and take my money. This meme coin is looking funny. Let's make history together. In Doge we trust.
Much trust!
Jump on the hype train, bros. Cause even Snoop Doge knows it's going up. Don't drop it when it's hot. Doge is the only cryptocurrency that you should invest.
DogeCoin!
It's the people's currency, you know it's the best.
Please buy!
The most fun and ironic crypto, that is for sure.
So crypto!
We're taking Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin to the moon.
It's beyond!
All right, welcome back to another episode of Dream Tanks TV and ReinHardt's Madness. All right, cool. We're eating right now, so we're gonna see if anybody's saying anything in the cryptoverse. All right, in the meantime, to see what's up. 1 second, everybody, and then we'll do some games. So 1 second.
Good morning to the DogeCoin Moon Boys. Welcome to another episode. Why do I keep forgetting my intro? Good morning to the DogeCoin Moon Boys. Welcome to another Daily Dose. Is it episode of Daily Dose of Doge or is it just Daily Dose of Doge? Good afternoon to the DogeCoin Moon Boys. Welcome to another Daily Dose of Doge. Yeah, I don't know actually. Is it episode of Daily Dose of Doge or is it just Dose of Doge? Nevertheless, I finally broke 57,000 subscribers, so you can see it's been absolutely dead for the past 2 weeks. Actually, it's been pretty dead since August, right? You can see all throughout June, July, we were growing. Well, not really, but you can see it's been dead for the past like month-ish. So, but the fact that we finally pierced through, that means that people are not necessarily coming back, but they're starting to like peak. Like, is it safe to come back, you know? So but good news is we are forming a potential bottom here. If I had to guess what we're doing, it's probably something similar to this or back here, right, where you kind of make like a, yeah, actually very similar structure. You had a big giant wick and then you came back down again. So something like this, whatever you want to say, it's all the same in my opinion. Hopefully, right? There's no guarantees that we don't go like this, but I would imagine if we did make a new low, it'll probably be slightly lower, and then we'll probably do something like this. Just because, in my opinion, I do think the top is in February, March, and I don't think there's enough time to go down like this, and then like this is not likely. It's almost impossible, I would say. So, excuse me. I would have to imagine that if we don't go down there, it's not enforcing my case, but it gives me even more confidence that this is the next move, because there is enough time for this, right? If you look at back here, this move was from October to March. So we could get the same exact move where we start going up in October and the top is in March, right? 158 days versus 144 days. It's not crazy by any means. Now, obviously, if we go down, again, if we barely break the low, then fine. But if we really go down, like some people are probably looking for, then obviously I'm wrong and I don't know where the top is. But as long as we hang out like this, I would still imagine we're still very much on track for a March top. Now, what does that have to do with Dogecoin? Well, obviously we've beat a dead horse, and I don't even like talking about it anymore because there's nothing left to say. But I just like letting you know how miserable everybody is, because if we measure from the all-time high to the all-time high, this bull run was 1449. If we measure from this all-time high to this all-time high, it was 1216. And right now, from this all-time high to where we are now, it's about 1227, 1224. So I just like rubbing it in that we're all so miserable, because the amount of time that passed has actually been longer than the 2021 bull market. So if you don't know what that means, basically, if you would have bought the top, you would have got your money back by now. But obviously, because we're all here this time, we're once me and you buy in, it's over. It's just never going back up. But nah, in all seriousness, we're probably somewhere in here. I do think there's going to be one more push left. How high could we go? Well, I think yesterday's point is very important to pay attention to. There are some people that say Bitcoin to 100,000. There's some people that say Bitcoin isn't going to hit 100,000. There's some people saying Bitcoin to 200,000. I don't know. I think 100,000 is a fair base case, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But the reason I use 100,000 is just because it's easier math. As we said yesterday, if Doge BTC does actually just go back up to its previous all-time high from 2021, that would give you a $1.20 Dogecoin, you know, which this isn't really that, like, if you look at it from this perspective, it's really not that crazy, because Dogecoin's market cap is what, right? I don't even know what it is. I'm not going to pretend. I was going to try and make some shit up, but I have no idea. It's not funny. The market cap is 14 billion. So $1 would be a 140 billion market cap. That's not crazy at all. I mean, people are still piling in. I was going to say people are still piling into Tether. That's not funny either. It's actually getting sad. But a 140 billion market cap for Dogecoin isn't really crazy, because if you think about it, and this is what, and some people are like, oh, you're using clickbait. You're saying $2 can't happen. Pump the brakes, okay? The reality is, in 2017, XRP, which is rubbish, got to 130 billion market cap. Now, Dogecoin in 2021 got to 80 billion market cap, I believe. Now, it's also worth noting that they did print more Dogecoin. So in order for us to get back to the all-time high in price, I think it's going to be more than 80 billion. But roughly, you could see there's 14 billion. Let's just say 15 billion, right? So a $1 Dogecoin would be 150 billion. So is it really that crazy to say $2 Dogecoin for a day? At face value, yes, it's 300 billion market cap. That's very high. But if Bitcoin goes to 100K, that would be almost a 2 trillion market cap. And if you really think about it, like, if Bitcoin has a 2 trillion market cap, you don't think the whales could dump a little bit in here? Because, like, look at it this way. This right here is a $2 Dogecoin. Again, assuming we go to 100K. If it goes higher than 100K, then you don't even have to go that high. But if Bitcoin, again, assuming it goes to 100K, maybe it's 90K, whatever, this is $2 Dogecoin right here. And the beautiful thing about it is, if you actually look at how big these moves are, This move was a 9x. This move was a 70x. This move was an 8x. This move was a 5x. This move was a 3x. So it looks like it ranges from 3 to 9x, which I just told you right here is a 10x is going to be $1, is going to be $2. So I think the good news here is it's not going down anymore, right? Like how many coins are down here? This is actually forming some type of base. So my guess would be once Bitcoin does start pumping, because again, in my opinion, I do think the top is the next push, not necessarily in a week, but like the next macro move up. When that does happen, I do think Doge BTC will probably fall, and then that will trigger the bull run. So it's entirely possible that it goes down to 13 first and then goes up, which obviously that would make it less likely for a $2 Dogecoin, because then if you get a 10x, it would be $1.50. But you get the idea. I hope that paints a picture. It's really not bizarre to say $2. It's just not guaranteed, right? I say the same thing about Luna Classic and Jasmy. I'm not necessarily running around with a picket sign saying $2 Dogecoin anymore, but I'm still open to the possibility, just because it's really like, you know, it's, I mean, if the Bitcoin whales just dump some Bitcoin in, especially if it gets to a 2 trillion market cap, it's really not that crazy. But I would still say personally, for a conservative estimate, you know, something like $1 is really, I don't want to say, I hate when people say programmed, but I hate when people say that. It's programmed, bro. It's not programmed, but I do think $1 gets hit, just because, like, if you draw it like this, I mean, you can even see the 786 is right here at 82, which is 80 cents, but maybe Bitcoin goes a little bit higher. Maybe this goes a little bit higher as well, right? I don't know. But generally speaking, I do think $1 gets hit. I think the lowest Doge would go, now this is like ultra conservative, is, I believe 96 cents would be like the ultra super conservative target. If you put your fib on non-log, yeah, 96 cents roughly would be like the ultimate. It's not impossible that this, just like, all right, so just like $2 isn't impossible, I would say 96 cents isn't impossible either, because how many people would have their sell orders at $1 and then it just misses $1 and then it goes all the way back down? Like, I feel like a lot of people would get caught with their pants down like that. So I'm just saying, be prepared. I don't know where the top is. I'm just showing you what to potentially look for. Again, if I knew where everything was, I'd be a millionaire right now, and I'm not. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just scribbling a bunch of gibberish, but that's generally something that would catch a lot of people off sides, I think. So again, if you have $1.90 and then 90, well, somewhere in the middle would be $1.20 to $1.60, which obviously, if you look at it from that meme where there's like Wojak with a hood and there's like a thing like this, I think 96 cents is here and $2 is here, and then in between, like $1.20 to $1.60 would probably be the most likely outcome. But you know, like I said, I mean, it's your money at the end of the day. I don't know where it's gonna go, but I would just say be prepared for both scenarios, and you got to do what's best for you. As always, none of this is financial advice.
$29 million the day before. BlackRock had a little dump of 9 million, tiny amount. That was their third negative day ever in 168.
As always, you know. Hope all is well. Thank you. All right, let's get into a Q&A.
31 million after 22, 23 million dump. So even Grayscale's back in the game, and so is ARK, 13 million yesterday. What does this look like on the chart? Well, first of all, before we get to more charts, BlackRock now own 2% of all Bitcoin from Bitcoin Magazine. And, you know, just to clarify as well, people say BlackRock own it. No, BlackRock's customers own it. They probably have a little bit for their personal portfolio, but still, it's big. After being so new, to be able to suck up 2% of the supply in 165 days, stunning. And as Bitcoin Magazine says, are you paying attention? Because there's more, a lot more coming. Also, top 25 hedge funds, 15 of the top 25 hedge funds on the planet now have exposure to Bitcoin. Hedge funds with Bitcoin exposure via Bitcoin ETFs because they believe Bitcoin will outperform. Now, I did plug in a little piece here on Millennium Management. They do have nearly 27,300 Bitcoin, but they also play the carry trade. So they go long spot, short the futures, etc. So I don't know how long they'll be in here, but there's some big players that aren't on the boat yet, like Bridgewater, like AQR, and a few others. They will probably be joining soon. Everybody needs an allocation to Bitcoin. And don't think, as Fred Krueger said, there's people not buying Bitcoin because it's like $68,000. They'd rather buy something worth 30 cents instead. Sometimes cheaper is not better, everybody. Remember that too. Let's look at the charts and how the bounce back looks. You can see here Fidelity down in blue had 2 big negative days. Very big historically. That was the second and third worst days ever for Fidelity, but they bounced back hard, buying a big truckload over the last couple of days, and even Grayscale is back too. The rest of the other players aren't quite back yet. You can see BlackRock is missing from the party, that big red line, but they'll be back. And when they come back big. Just don't know exactly where they are right now. But I do know their customers are buying. Maybe they got some very cool market making stuff happening behind the scenes. And we are back above trend. Trend is that pink line. That's a power curve, and the pink line is normally at about $30 million. We're back at $170 million day yesterday, right on the line the day before. So things are not looking too bad at all. And we had that big blip over the last, 10, 20 days. Again, markets were nervous. The macro is nervous. The money printer is coming. The rate cuts are coming, and that will drive a lot more money to Bitcoin. Expect to see a lot more time above this pink line over the coming weeks and months. Also, other good news. Remember, 450 Bitcoin are issued a day, and the miners are hodling. They're not selling. So we had over 2,500 Bitcoin absorbed in just 2 days from these ETFs. But granted, they did dump about 10 or 15,000 over the previous 8 days as well. So we're making our way back. That's how this thing works. The red line above is the amount of consumption. We are off the highs, which means the new ETFs, I think they went up to about 305,000 Bitcoin. We're off of that high right now, but we'll get back there again real shortly, I reckon, as well. And that is the story for today. I might be back with a quick Tesla update. There's some crazy, crazy cool stuff coming for Tesla. If you're interested, I'll try to get it completed if I can in a couple of hours. Thank you all for joining. Thank you to the mods in the chat and Bitcoin Maxi Mike and everybody for coming. Appreciate you all. Have a good day. Bye.
started streaming, dude, when I started trading in crypto, I lost like 80% value. Not realized loss, but unrealized 80%. I don't know what it was in dollars, but to me, it was 80% of all my money. Last time we looked at Kendu, which wasn't that long ago, I think it was earlier in September, we were watching Kendu versus F. It was starting to maybe move back up, and I said, that's great, but yeah, problem. The problem is this move up might just bring it back to that descending high trend. That's seemingly what's happened here. You can get excited and get hopeful that it will break through, move back up to this previous August high. But as long as it's below that trend line, you can see that is very, very close. Very, very, very close to price. So it's not far. As long as it's below that trend line, I'm still looking for the same thing to happen, right? Same thing. I have an alert set right there. We'll see if that pops. Let's go to the dollar pair. I complained about that high wick, which is funny though, because had this not gotten stopped out on Kendu with that wick low there, we would have closed that long at 360%. Think about it. Just read that back. 360%. Wild. That would be not quite as big as our original call. This is why the Kendu folks love this channel. Back in April of this year, we had an 820% call on Kendu. That's why they're still here. So the dollar, what are you doing? You're doing the same thing as the F pair, man. This is reality, right? This looks almost exactly the same. Back to that descending high trend. Tested support again with a lower low. You're at the cusp. You're at the footsteps of the volcano. Money flow, all right. It's all right. It's okay. Bull div on your low here. I'll take that. Take that as a nice little positivo. Bullish divergence on your lows on the day. RSI coming up. Price moving down. It's not bad. It's not bad, but nothing will convince me until we break a high. I need to see a high break. At 2332, I mean, maybe like 26, right? That 618 retracement, maybe then you can consider broken. I'd like to see a daily candle close above that high trend. And then we'll start looking up again. The biggest issue though, guys, I know you guys love your Kendu. This is the issue though. I don't like this wick. We've seen these wicks before. It's not the end of the world. Doesn't mean it can't ever go up. Whatever. Get that out of your head. I'm not being extreme. I'm being real. We've seen these wicks before, and I don't know if they've ever been a good thing. I've seen these wicks, and then I've seen stuff sell off for a long time. Is what it is, right? Is what it is. There's your Kendu. You're welcome. The wick was a med bot. Yep, people say that. It doesn't. Here's the thing, guys. It doesn't matter where buys and sells come from. People say, oh, they're manipulated, blah, blah, blah. There's no such thing as manipulation. The only thing that exists in markets is buyers and sellers. Some of them are human. Some of them are automated. Some of them are probably AI. Some of them are algorithmic. Doesn't matter where they come from. It makes no difference. It's all the same. Like you buying and selling is no less real than a bot or a grid bot or whatever, right?
True.
By definition, like nothing would be fake unless an exchange is literally just faking orders, right? Which I'm not sure I've ever heard of. Don't know. Like I said, not the end of the world. What's up, Chris Sanguini? How you doing, brother? Subscribe and be in a Chad. Mohammed Farman, Kokar, Rupesh Soni, Peter, Ninja Nintama, Sleep Project. I need help sleeping, Nintama. J. David, subscribe. Jacob says Max. That's a hard one. Gainlusa Zizari, Ahmed Khan, MCC, Mohidi Cricket Club. Damn, I missed a lot. Matt Sitso. I like that name. Fotis. How you doing? Fotis. Oh, Anon Soloris. You became a member. Right on. I missed Pickle. Giving away memberships. Congrats to Nato Cabrera, Randy Abbott, Crypto Daddy. I'm yo Crypto Daddy. Crypto Brothers, Philip J. Fry. Nice names. And that was from the last stream. Right on. We are approaching the 2-hour mark. How time flies. Do I have any Telegram groups? So, Gieshan, we have Discord. Discord.gg/Tom Crown. There are many, I've looked them up. There's many imposter scammer Telegram groups with my name. Many. We have a Telegram group, but when I say that, it's really just a Telegram group where I put the links. I can share that link though. Here it is. There it is. You can join that one, but you can't chat. If you want to chat, you gotta go to the Discord. Just be careful. That was the main thing. Be careful. There are a bunch of Tom Crown imposters. I mean, on Telegram, on Twitter, everywhere. And they're trying to scam you. I'll never ask you for money. I'll never DM you first. In fact, the only place you'll ever really be able to DM me at all is Discord, period. I don't reply on other platforms. But if you ever talk to me on Discord, make sure you're in our Discord and you verify it's me. Because sometimes those bots slip in and we don't catch them in time. And they'll have my picture, my name, and they'll ask you for money. They'll whatever. I'm never going to ask you for money, no matter what. You'll always know it's a scam. If this face is asking you for money, it's a scam. What's up, Kishidij? Hello from Uganda. Shout out to Uganda and all our Ugandan brothers and sisters out there. You technically analyze your views in your YouTube studio. Make you the ultimate trading daddy. I constantly analyze that data. Constantly. It's maybe not as actionable as it might appear. I'll pull up SNX. I don't reply to your selfies on Instagram, I know. I know. It's for your safety. Do you guys remember when SNX went to 0? I vaguely remember, but I feel like nobody cared about SNX when that happened. Man, can you... This is on Poloniex. I should make a new chart. On Poloniex, it went to 0. I bet it didn't do that in other exchanges. Imagine if you had filled an order, though, at like 10.01 for like $1 of SNX. You'd have like 10 million. You just have like so many millions of dollars right now. That'd be wild. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that because I've noticed anytime we use a Poloniex chart, it just is shit. It's shit. There you go. The real history, aka other exchanges didn't have it. Cool. Good. We'll get rid of that wick. Get rid of it. Let me reset up this chart. Son of a bitch, trading view. Why do you always do this to me? You saw me place it. You saw me put the fib. And then you just took it away. Fibbing out. Fibbing out on the Fibonacci. If you're not a master of the Fibonacci, got a great video on it. Wonderful free trading course. You can check it out after the live. It's just a playlist on this channel. All the videos are ours. We made them. They're great. They're top of the line. They're free. It's the best part about them. Taking a look at SNX here as a request for the SNX. Boom, boom. Wow. Lot of, so something that kind of, I don't know, first glance, something I don't really love about this chart is so SNX hits all-time high January of 21. Look at this crappy little high in March. But January of 21, sure, that's not by itself a big deal. But this is a monthly chart. Here's something I don't see on all the other charts that I don't like about this. Watch. Fall, retrace. Fall, retrace, where to retrace to, right back. Fall, retrace, where to retrace to, right back. Fall, sideways. Starting to uptrend. Nuke to lower low. Do not like that story for a few reasons. One, it seems like all of those supports got back tested and rejected. That's a lot of selling pressure. But two, the thing I really don't like about it is that there's very little inefficiency on this fall. There's some like right here maybe. That's kind of it. Like this is a pretty efficient way to sell off. You can see like each selling event was met with a sizable buying event. Selling event, sizable buying event, each one going right back to support. That's trapping orders. Maybe that's why we're seeing this break low. Maybe that's why that high was so muted. There's a lot of people at almost every price point looking to get out. That's a lot of future sellers. The month closed below last year. Man, below last year's low. Put its lowest point in price all the way back from March of 2020. If the low isn't in here for SNX, it's got a lot more pain ahead of it. And honestly, I'm not sure there's a great reason. Maybe as we zoom in, maybe we'll find one. But like, I'm not sure there's a great reason to think that the low is in. You broke last month from December to March of this year. You broke it. Our fib extension lines up perfectly with our monthly level down at 60 cents. That's where we typically look. When a move has retraced fully, we look for that to continue in the other direction. I was on the monthly time frame. Looking at the week, kind of like a little bear flag. Little bear flaggy. Right underneath previous support. Little bear flaggy on the day. Not loving it. Though I don't trust bear flags. I wouldn't use that as evidence. To be optimistic, you have a higher low. There you go. A higher low. Higher low. It doesn't seem very common with this coin. Man, look at all these lower lows. Just like continuous lower, 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 low. Got a lower high again. Wouldn't be surprised to see it kind of dick around here in this area. If you break to the downside, 60 cents is just like on deck. You might even look for 50 just because it's a nice number. If you break high, so bear flag, I don't trust them. I usually expect them to break to the upside. Look for that resistance above, and there's your problem. You got one at $2. Then you got a significant one from the month. So if you rally, maybe you get stopped at 2. If you're lucky, you move up to that 283 and see what happens. But even there, you still may be just lining up or loading up for a dump. Daily looks good. I think we get the pop first. Definitely think we get at least like 160 top of this channel. Not so bully on this one. Rare. Definitely see that if not up to that $2 target. Okay, that's next done. Spent more time on SNX than I expected. I'm putting an alert at $1, which is right where it bottomed out. That's the best thing. Here you go. The best thing. I won't end SNX until I say this. Maybe the only bullish thing. The best thing about it is that it might have broken support, but it did at least bounce at $1. At least some rhyme and reason. It was 108. Maybe you see $1. Maybe you could do this. I really like this like contrary going for the slightly lower dollar entry. If it doesn't fill, it doesn't fill. If it does fill, hopefully it works out for you. Something like that. 2 to 1, 2.2 to 1. There you go. Done. Going back to the corn. Corn reaching back to that bullish engulf weekly line. We were talking about it for the month. Here we go on the week. Broke, bullish engulfed, and now we're going to flirt with it. We're going to likely going to trade below the bullish engulf line, maybe back above, back below. Same thing I think will happen on the month when we approach that $59,000 level. So what is the pattern? We kind of talked about this at the beginning. We had a great intro. What is the pattern? It hasn't really changed. We've seen a decent rally in this live stream. I think the top we can call relatively flat. The bottom, lows definitely coming down. Had price rallied a little bit more before reversing here in the last 2 hours, I probably would have called this a diamond. But we did not see a range low into a range high. So flat top, descending low. Can't actually remember off the top of my head what pattern that is. Do you know, chat? Who knows in chat? Someone does. I think we get some kind of bounce here. No, might be lower. Might be a little lower. 2-1. What do we know? I think the rate cut will bring Bitcoin down. It was not bullish for it last time. The only time that Bitcoin's seen rate cuts. It was not bullish. However, was it not bullish because of the rate cuts, or was it not bullish because the global economy collapsed? I think probably because the global economy collapsed. That's my opinion. We are back at Halloween Horror Nights tonight. You bet your ass we are. Let's go. I don't know what that means, big ups, but I like it. I like it. Rohit says, Jesus is the only way to heaven. Okay. If you ain't bully on SHX, you'll be very surprised. What's SHX? Holding any 4chan? No. SHX. I've never heard of it. Greetings from Japan. Shout out to Japan. Bishal. Bajiu. Can you start trading with $500? Yeah, you can start trading with any amount of money. In crypto, you don't need, there's no minimum. But if you only have $500, that might mean that that money is very important to you. In which case, probably shouldn't start trading with $500. You should probably have an income. Call it a flower. Flower gets picked. I like that. He's like a jupe. You love me. All right. All right, you Sarah. Shout out to our Japanese friend and all of our Japanese viewers. I can't pronounce that name. I ain't going to try. But welcome. Also, Ian Edward, I missed. Moti Lal Tiger. Christian Sapungan. Chris Sanguini. Mohammed Farman. Rupesh. Already got that one. And all the other almost 200 new subscribers today while live. Holy shit, boys. Just 2 more. We get 2 more. Maybe you guys like the hair looking all goofed. You guys like this haircut. Maybe it's more trustworthy. I'll have to cut it then because I don't want to be trustworthy. I want you guys to trust me. I don't want you to trust anyone. It's a bad decision in crypto. Don't trust. I don't even know what to do with this. This is just everywhere. It's everywhere. There it is. 2 more for the crappy hair. We're going to get to 125,000 probably by tomorrow. I mean, if I keep streaming today, right, at this pace, give me another hour, we'll be at 125K. What was I doing? What was I looking at? I looked at something and I was like, yeah, we'll get it. Do I trade ZAO USD? Not really. I mean, I like looking at gold. TA on Tectum. Coin crypto review. Can we chart Sol? It's the red t-shirt? I think so. What's up, Paul Wood?
I think you drop connection.
What bot is good for using a 200 instead of just price up?
Yeah, he's buffering. 1 second, everybody.
Not the guy to ask, my friend.
He's still buffering. We're trying to figure it out. 1 second.
But rate cuts are probably going to be coming up soon. I think we're looking at a half a basis point. Saw something about over a full point by the end of the year. Just that narrative could really set things in motion. So let's hope that money comes down into our favorite meme coins.
You know what's crazy, Scott? I tried to lean on the community a little bit and see who or when everybody thinks altcoin season's going to happen. And it's literally 50-50. So nobody knows. I'm just going to chalk it up to that. We'll close out the poll there. Nobody's got
wait a minute. So you closed it. It's exactly 30 votes, and it was 50. It was 15-15.
Yep.
Well, 50, I mean, 50. Look, I think for me, one of the big reasons I'm saying next year is we're almost halfway through September. I mean, we got October, November, December. I think you could see some really, really big pumps with Bitcoin, Ethereum. I think you could see Solana and some real movement happen as things go. But to get down to all your altcoins, I don't know, like I'm just trying to think of some smaller, you know, Alephium, like down when you start getting to that level, or even, I don't even want to single any amount, but anything under like 500 million market cap, I see those really making moves more towards like end of first quarter next year. That's just me, you know, or leading into that.
I tend to agree with that because, you know, so here's the thing. If Bitcoin and basically Bitcoin, because it all starts with Bitcoin, right? So if Bitcoin's supposed to pop off, like say October, November, and that's where we start having our big run up and everything, that's going to carry on into January, right?
Yo, what up? Reese Week. Yo, guess who's back? Yo, shout out to you, brother. Hope you're doing good. We're just taking a small break because we're eating also. We're going to do some games later on, though. Also, right now we're gonna open a couple of trades, so we're looking for a short soon. So we'll see what happens.
Maybe we just have a parabolic, just insane cycle next year. You know, I mean, if it started early, I'm not opposed to that, as long as it just keeps ripping well into the cycle. I don't want to see like this become a short bull run. If we're a year from now and it started like this, like November, and you know we're still pumping around now, I mean, you're looking at 10, 15, 20 X's or more on a lot of stuff when you have a full year of that motion. I just think that it's going to be more of like a February.
Let's see how you made any money from Doge. Yeah, yesterday we made a trade. I put it on the Discord. So what was it? It was a short. Yeah, one of our shorts paid out. One of our shorts paid out yesterday. So right now we're trading the 7 minutes to make sure the super trend. We follow the super trend. Also, the 24-minute also has a nice super trend too. We follow that super trend unless there's a green super trend, but I think that's a hump. If this is a hump and that's successfully coming down, then we're gonna open up another short and we'll make more money on that short. You can open up a short. It sometimes takes around between $50 to $60, sometimes $70 to open up one contract. You know what I'm saying? So if your short gets hit, you can, and it's for 3 days. You can keep it open for 3 days. Well, sometimes it gives you how many days you keep it open. You can exit anytime you want. When it opens, you don't have a stop loss or no take profit. I don't do that because I realized last night, like some of the stop losses, depending on where you buy, it gets really near that price and it doesn't get you, and then it goes down and it pays you out depending on where you buy and where your stop loss and take profit is. So yesterday we made profit. We're just looking for another short to see if this is a successful circle, and once it is, then we'll go ahead and put in a short to buy probably a couple of contracts. So yesterday we put in 2 contracts. We were profitable, and we'll see how many contracts we can buy when we confirm the 24-minute bearish. When it confirms bearish, we're putting in a short. But hope you're doing good. Also, shout out to you, Reese. Also, we're shorting and longing on crypto.com. If you have crypto.com app, you can do the same. but just try one contract and see how that goes. Because one contract pays out like, depending on where you buy, around $50, and you can start doing another contract, and then you can build up your contracts and build up money, and then do it like that. But I need TradingView to do my trading. If I don't have TradingView, I can't do my trading. So I need TradingView. So if you have like at least the essentials TradingViews, that's $16.99 a month, then you can make profit. But if not, it's gonna be a little hard for you to try to time the up and down. Yesterday we timed it pretty well. We're trying to time it again and see if we can confirm another upward mode. Also yesterday, look, this is our profits here. I put it on the Discord. As you can see, we paid out over 2,000%. Just so you know, that was our payout yesterday. So we were profitable yesterday. It said your position was closed profitable. That's why I didn't use a stop loss. It closed on its own because I went to the target. It went straight to the target. And the target was it, and we were profit. So in the beginning, it wasn't like that in the beginning. We were down negative 76, 376. Then we started recovering, got up to 75%, negative 75, then 225, then 828. I didn't sell. We kept it open over 1,000%, and it closed, and it went to 1,500%. It closed over. What is this? Why did it do that? Hold on, I gotta close this. I don't know what's going on over here. And it closed over 2,000%. So we were profitable yesterday. So we're trying to see, and like I said, I post my stuff on the Discord on investments. So if people want to see, and there's proof there as well. So yes, we were profitable. So we'll see if we can find another short soon. But if there's a long, we're gonna go long as well. So depending on which direction it's go, we'll follow that direction and we profit. So it'll be legit.
Of like the worst part of this year's market. So let's see. Check out the website real quick.
I could see a project like BobaCap having a strong resurgence. I don't know if they'll go back to all-time high. The cap meta has not been playing off very well. So that's definitely a hinder. But what needs to be remembered is that they've got over 3,000 holders, right? So when action does come back into that chart, they're going to be seeing a lot of push from those holders, right? And especially if they're holders that bought near the top because they want to get out from underwater. So, and the length of time that they've been around, obviously, I think that's really strong. I'm kind of burnt out a little bit on looking at these projects that have been out for 24 hours, right? They haven't proved anything yet. What they've proved is that they're sticking around.
Yeah, it looks like they're also work with nonprofits, support pet shelters, and the site's very clean. They are, they're listed all over, but they also have exchanges such as MEXC, Bing X, and, coming from up to 50 million market cap. And like you said, being around a year, they are all primed to be able to, for everyone to purchase very easily and for this to go back up as markets turn up. So let's see. They're 12,000 and change on what's called on Twitter. And although it says the 2022, I do believe, even though they've been around for a year, on their roadmap, I saw 2022 here. So I think the initial conception here was May of 2022, discover the full story. So it does line up here, or the launch, excuse me, here on the 15th. So it does coordinate with the Twitter account. As far as being active, looks like, every couple of days there's some posts. Would like to see this a little bit more, few more tweets here. As far as the engagement on all of them, they're doing really well. So they are getting the reach.
Sorry, one sec here. Chuck Boy, I see your tweet here, but you're on X, which is totally fine. We love our X listeners just as much, but I really need to get that contract address out of there. So what I need you to do is come drop it in YouTube so that I can get it, because I'm not typing all of that in.
Oh, you're right. We can't. Yeah. So overall, I'm curious to see where this goes. Maybe not over the next, couple weeks, but I would say in October, if we start trending, the market starts turning a little bit. I'd hope that this would be pushing like a 10 or 12 million market cap maybe by then. And for me, if I could see this, what is it right here? If I could see this get to break out over 10 and a half, I'm not trying to do like a TA thing here, but honestly, if it gets to like 10 to 12, I'd feel a little bit more safe personally putting a few dollars into it, because it would then be starting to trend. I think the market would be moving that way, and still from going around 10, if they went up to all-time highs of 50 and change, that would still be a 5x. So
Yeah, I could see them like basically without a question doing a 10x this year. Not this year, but this run.
So yeah, no, I mean that's pretty
Actually,
good,
Chuck Boy might have sent over a winner. We'll have to add this to the back of the list and get to it at the end.
though. All right.
Because I'm that kind of guy.
Let's see. I know we just had a bunch of different ones, and a lot of these I haven't seen before. I just pulled them up randomly. We got them. I know you saw a few of them. So here is Mellow Man. This has been out since what is that? July 2nd, 7.2 million market cap. I like the chart. I mean, 2.5 months old, really. Had all-time high of just under 16 million, 1,616 holders. And let's see, this is on the daily. Pull up the website.
Yeah, I like that chart a lot. You've got red candles getting eaten up. You've got, not wild volatility. It's also an ETH, so you see a totally different chart structure. Been around for a while. You could tell that it took them a few weeks to gain some traction, and it caught. So you can see the success story in the chart, basically, right? And overall, I think it looks solid, at least from first glance. Hey, it can get worse.
Website, Mellow Man. Very straightforward. They got a meme maker. Let's see. I'm always curious about a merch store now. Yeah, so phone cases. What is this? Some stickers, sweatshirts and shirts. I don't know. I always like to see the merch. I think after Chuck sending some stuff over, I'm like, ooh, now I'm getting into all the different merch. But no, Mellow Man merch store. All the links right here. Telegram roadmap goes through. Let's see. Is there anything that jumps out? Mellow Man's FAMs. And this is definitely a play off that Matt Fury narrative.
Yeah, it's definitely Matt Fury narrative. But so far, if I had to be honest, out of all the characters in the Matt Fury universe, I think Mellow Man's kind of the coolest.
He's pretty cool. So, I mean, and the thing with the Matt Fury narrative is that we're seeing a lot of different characters pop up, but at this point, I couldn't even tell you if all the ones that we see are really part of it or they're just fitting the theme of it, it's a lot. that's I want to say the last, what is it, like 6 months it seems that all of the big ones have been coming out from this, and definitely kind of side shoots of it. Twitter, though, over 5,000 people holding. Links to the Telegram. What do we have? Telegram Uniswap DEX screener. I'm just trying to see if there's a contract on here jumped up. I always like to see the contract. There we go. Yeah. Let's back this up. Definitely active. Post an hour ago. Good engagement on it.
Yeah.
This one.
Really,
yeah. No, they're
they
doing
get great
well.
engagement.
Yeah, memes are really good. Animations, and extremely active. I'd love to join the Telegram and see where they're rating, who they're targeting, and maybe some of the plans coming up. But this looks like a good one. We're at 7.3.
I like Mellow
Yeah,
Man.
16.
I'm bullish on Mellow Man.
And also, it's on Ethereum. You know, we've been actually leaning a lot more towards Ethereum memes lately. The staying power is there, less ruggy, and I don't know. We've seemed to see some good charts with the ones that we've pulled up over the last few weeks.
Definitely.
So, what do you think on this one? Is this one that we need to keep an eye on? Do you think that it's a buying opportunity at some point that maybe we should look at
100%. Like I said, I'm bullish on it. I'm gonna get more involved in the community and see just how bullish I am. But I mean, hey, if the community passes all my tests, I mean, there's no reason it can't hit 100 million, like, or plus, with all of these other Matt Fury memes, right?
That would be crazy. It's just there's going to be a lot. I'm wondering what the total market cap's going to be for Matt Fury tokens. Like, are we going to see something between Brett Gold, all these other ones, just all total up and be like,
that's actually a good point, Scott. Does Mellow Man directly compete with Brett Gold?
I don't know. I mean,
they're both yellow.
They're both yellow, yeah. I would say no, because they should be friends, and one's on Ethereum and one's on Solana. And, you know, if a lot of these different tokens all supported each other under this narrative, then, you know, that conversation of I wonder what the total market cap would be for tokens related to it could be something pretty crazy. What if like 20% of the market cap of memes is all by tokens related to Matt Fury narrative? I mean, it's not out of question that maybe 20 is a little high, but it's not out of question to be the leading kind of narrative in the space.
It's definitely not, especially with how things are looking right now. And speaking of how things are looking right now, honestly, this is an absolute beautiful bubble maps for Mellow Man over here. I mean, if you look over on the right, like they've got what, 6 wallets above 1%, you know, none in 2% except for probably marketing wallet, I'm assuming here. Again, that's information we can find out by talking to the team. But oh, look, Jared from Subway holds a bag. That's scary. If you ever see that guy. So what that guy does is he comes in and destroys projects. He sandwich attacks you and just makes endless money, cash over fist. But the bubble maps does look really good for it as well. So I'm pretty bullish on Mellow Man so far.
Nice. I am as well. Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on, and you know, maybe even put into the show wallet at some point.
Definitely. And we do have a question here real quick. I'll pull up. Big Al is asking, why are we doing daytime shows now? What did I miss? Well, Big Al, we're doing daytime shows now because it seems we've got a lot of friends in Europe across the pond, and they're really sick of waking up at 3 a.m. So we thought we'd come to you in the afternoon, fill a void that's there, and also give an opportunity for everybody to tune in. So
now Fridays, we're still doing our 7 p.m. Friday stream, 7 p.m. Central, and doing giveaways and everything. So really, it's Wednesday is our early one, midweek, and yeah.
However, on that note, next week we will be streaming in the evening.
No.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday?
Yeah, we'll go back to the normal time. That way, we're getting up at 7 a.m. to do the stream.
Yeah. So next Wednesday and next Friday, while we're in Singapore, we'll be at 7 p.m. streams. Yes. Because that'll be realistic. Otherwise, we'll be up in the middle of the night to do the afternoon one. Yeah. And you know, speaking about future streams, we might as well, I guess, tease or say a little bit. We're trying to work on a special guest or two, but at the very least, we'll have some giveaways. Friday is actually our 50th stream. Could you believe that? 50th stream. We've been streaming every week. We were starting out once a week. We did up to 3 times a week when things were really going, and we're around two streams a week right now, but always generally the same time, regardless of what country we're in. and it's been an awesome ride for, I don't know, about 6 months, but 50 streams in already. Really, thank you everyone who comes out and supports and who's following us on Twitter and following CRU Plus and just tuning in week after week. And we couldn't thank you enough. I mean, can you imagine that, right? 50? When
50.
you said that like last week, I was like, whoa. I'm like, we got to 50 pretty quick.
It comes fast. It's not the only thing.
Pause.
All right, Scott, what else we got?
Let's move to the next tab here that we got. And this is Beagle Bucks. And you know what? I really like the image of the beagle there.
Oh, does that hit home a little bit?
Yeah, we had a beagle, and now we have a puppy, which is a beagle and golden doodle mix. And she's a little crazy puppy, but a sweetheart. And yeah, big fan, obviously, of dogs and cats and animals, and big fan of charts that look great like this.
Well, I don't know if it looks fantastic.
I mean,
something definitely happened.
Yeah, I mean, we're up to 169,000 on the day. I mean, let's break this back more a little bit and see how it is. For a low market cap, I mean, considering it was, 75 to 20K, they're up to 169. They've been around for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, basically like 2 weeks.
38. Yeah, I'd like to see the liquidity a little bit more. They're working on the website.
New website
doing
incoming.
Some maintenance.
New website incoming.
Yeah, so they're working on that. I do like the graphics are clean on the logos. Let's see about their Twitter account. Just joined in July, 804 followers, not followed by anyone that I'm following or knowing. So not immediately in our circle of meme coins or whatnot. I'd have to go into the Telegram and see the community, but my initial gut is telling me to make sure, like it says, they have their own space, but we always like to see, especially small projects, getting into the chill and chill spaces every day, getting the word out about your project, getting on stage, meeting other projects, other devs, founders, doing that cross-pollination, and working with the other communities to help build. I mean, we hold multiple tokens. So the way we found out about some of them is when you're in other communities and people are, suggesting and you're developing those relationships. But really, you got to get on stage. You need to show your project. You need to be able to tell us and everybody why you're doing it, where it came from, where you could buy it, what's coming up, and be able to knock that out in a minute or two. And you do that and you bounce around spaces, you start to get that community built up. So I think with under a 200K market cap, doing that, you could really get some movement. It doesn't take a lot to move the chart.
And one of the things that really it tells a good story that you can just kind of figure out by looking at their Twitter account is, they had that first spaces on August 27th. So they were like 5 days old or something like that, right? And they've had over 500 people tune in, 1.1 thousand impressions total on that tweet. And we're talking about a project that was a couple days old and not backed by some of the biggest like names or voices in the space, right? So this is one that I also need to dive a little bit deeper into via community side, right? And that's where the story will get told, because they're making waves and they're getting attention even with just being out. So, we've looked at a lot of projects like this that have charts similar to this, and they go on to do crazy things.
I like that. That's a funny photo. No, I mean, yeah, definitely going to jump into the Telegram later, see what everyone's about, see what's going on, see if they're rating. And like I said, without any like mutual followers or whatnot, I'm kind of curious where they might be rating or whatnot. Maybe, find some new community members out there.
Very possible.
Yeah. So overall, 169 market cap. 264 holders. Do you have this on bubble maps? Is it, or do you think the data is just not going to be reflected?
It's not there yet.
All right. Let me try to take top traders real quick. Let's try holders. Percentages.
I mean, 1 to 2% is not the end of the world, but holy, see, that's an issue.
That's the problem.
25% live in the bottom 30 holders.
Yeah, plus where all these are 1 to 2%, you know, for at least 20, 25 holders.
There's a lot of redistribution to be done there, is what that does.
Something to keep an eye out on. Pay attention to that.
Hey, yo, cheers, everybody.
You know,
cheers,
when you
cheers,
have
beautiful.
people that hold a large,
cheers,
or multiple people who hold significant portion of the supply, when things spike up or start to really run, that's where you get people that, you know, will cheat. And of course, this has to happen in projects. People who hold supply have to sell off, and, you know, you have to buy up those dips. But there are a few bigger wallets in there, or a decent amount. So just need to be aware of that.
100%.
And let's see where we at. Trying to think what else. I'm just going to keep moving with the tabs here. All right, this one is, what is this? Loaf Cat?
Loaf Cat. So they don't look great, but their community is vicious, man. They're all over the place. I'm seeing them on every post, everywhere. Just not ours, but they're rating everywhere, and they've been around for an okay amount of time, a couple months. And you know what? I call my fat cat a loaf all the time.
So you saw it and you're like, all right, that's it. No, look at it. It's just under 1 million market cap, and the high was 2.3. So it's overall, I mean, it's not down as much than some of the other ones we looked at. So this could very well, you know, it's like you said, it's been around for almost a couple months. So let me pull up the website and their Twitter accounts. I love the pixel art. I'm sorry, like that's a huge thing. I don't have it lit up, but I have like some pixel art type things on that cabinet back there. But no, I like that. And this is the site. That's it. It's just Dex Tools Radium contract and their links. So
what more do you need to know?
I mean, technically you don't. And I don't know about you, but when well, I know you're not either, actually. We're not sitting here looking at all these different meme coin projects and going through and looking for updates and whatnot. Like, we're pretty much looking at the site, to be honest with you, when we're pulling this up initially and going over it in stream, and just to make sure the technicality is that they have the site and they list the basic information that you need to know, you know, that they paid some money for a site and it's up to date or you know, relevant. Realistically, outside of that, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at X, I'm looking at other forms of outside of the web, and that's where I really see if there's action and there's people interested and involved, and I go from there. So on that note, then, how's their Twitter account look?
Hey,
Pretty
they're
good.
paying for that gold check mark, which means they're getting a lot of ads out there.
Yeah, so that's not cheap. Over 13,000 followers. Mario's following them. No one else that we know. So they're not, like you said, they're not rating our posts, I guess, some of these. But if you've seen them out, maybe they'll make their way over and we'll see more. But I like the contract address, excuse me, right in the top of their profile. Now, the profile is from 2021. So I'm wondering if this is a dev or something else that, you know, that changed the account around or repurposed it and whatnot. Hard to tell. Could probably find that out in the community. Not necessarily a big deal. As far as being active, 10 hours ago, yesterday, memes, some animations, and yeah, no, Twitter's active. Daily
Here, I
memes.
want to address this really quick. Pinto says bubble maps are useless in a CTO because every wallet contributes to the marketing wallet, so they're all connected. That is not how it works at all. I'm sorry to say, but that is not how it works whatsoever. Because if everybody is sending to one wallet, that's fine. It doesn't track that. What it's tracking is transactions going back and forth between the wallets, right? Proving that you are basically the owner of the wallet because you're shuffling money between them. It's just that simple.
Well, there you go. So, Loaf Cat, how do you feel? Basically at $1 million market cap, Solana.
I'm bullish on potential, but they need to keep doing what they're doing. And currently, with what they're doing, the potential is there.
Yeah, I think from being around since early beginning of August to now, launching in the summer with the way the market's been, you know, to be between that $1 million and $2 million market cap, you know, has some staying power right now. And I'm going to definitely jump into the Telegram, see what's up in there, and then see what kind of direction this could go. And I do think that this will go back up. And yeah, I mean, it's only a couple months old, little under a couple months old. So it would be pointless not to be pushing hard now. All the projects, actually, anyone who's got staying power, you need to be pushing hard really through September. We're almost to the point where things should start picking up. And as they do, it'll get easier. So if you're putting in the work now, that foundation is getting much stronger. And yeah, and you'll just be able to take off. Let's see what
100%.
else. There's a couple more, I think.
The projects that are able to find success in times like this will be seeing much, much more success than others. So,
all right, should we do? Let me see this list. Hold on.
We do have about 15 minutes left, Scott. We do have a hard stop at.
Yeah, that's true. So
3.
let's do one thing. I'll go over the people who've rated up until we went live, and we'll do that buy.
Let's do it. What am I buying?
So the top 3 are Big Red, Chuck, and Brett Gold.
In that order?
No. I'm just saying. I just said them.
So you're big.
So which one do you think took it? Because I know you didn't count it. Out of those 3, who do you think showed up the hardest out of this week? And I'll mention who else definitely put in some work rating.
Man, it's tough because, you know, like Big Red always shows up, and I know, well, they always show up really hard, but I think that Brett Gold got to it a little late. So I don't think they took first, because I started seeing them show up on it like 45 minutes or so before we started streaming. Whereas these other guys were working for hours, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's between Big Red and Chuck. How about that?
Well,
Chuck to a buck, baby.
Chuck always shows up. And I will say one thing, because I know we said it on stream, and I think Dave mentioned it before too, that sometimes, you know, I raid. Like, I'm part of the community, all these communities. I'll go and raid some of the posts that they're raiding. I did not raid this post on their behalf, just so you know. They did it all on their own. They had it. But it was Chuck. It was close, but it was Chuck. And then
give us the numbers.
Chuck was 14. Big Red was 10, and Brett Gold was 7.
Hey.
And there were some others. There was Ninja, Kit, and Dom. They also showed up pretty hard. Kit actually was very, very close with Brett Gold. I think there was like one difference on there, which is great because, you know, when I posted that about rating, immediately there was 2 or 3 posts by new projects. So that was or I don't want to say new project or projects that don't typically raid that we haven't covered before. And I'm going to look into Kit Ninja. I kind of had him there. I don't think we're going to be able to get to him. Same with, you mentioned Dong. There's a couple others. There's a few. And because they were new to visiting our post, I want to make sure that we look into it, maybe check out the community, and, maybe we'll visit those, have time to get to those on Friday.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got, like I said, Dong, we are planning on talking about. I just want a little bit more information because they're only like 6 days old and I don't know a lot about them yet. So like, guys, we want to bring things to you that we're able to look into, right? And without just being like, oh, go look at this new thing that
boy, times have changed, man. If this was 6 months ago, be like 6 days old. Did we miss it? You know what I mean? Like now it's a little bit different with the way the market is. So
exactly, it's because of how the market is. Like if we were in those like the hot times, it's like give me the 10-minute old coins. Like let's go. But
yeah, no, the strategy changed a bit. So
yeah, you've got to adapt or you get kicked out of the market. You're either going to run out of money or you're making money. There's two things you're doing. So
you're either if you're not first, you're in last. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Ricky Bobby.
So with Chuck winning, I've always felt that we don't have enough Chuck. So we currently hold 33,000 Chuck. It's like $70 worth. What do you think about just 50% in our bag, getting 15,000 Chuck?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Let's do it then.
See, this is the thing about having the show wallets. The show wallets will be in the description. You can see everything that was sent to us, bought, sold. Generally, I think everything we've done happened to be on a stream, and we're not purchasing and then talking about it. So, we saw Chuck very early on, and we were talking about it. We got a little bit into the show wallet, but because of the show and our transparency, we're not buying it personally. And I've felt, and I know Josh has too, especially when summer come and it's great opportunity to buy. That it was like, man, how could we continue to really be supportive here, and transparent? We can't be putting this in our personal wallet. Like we have in our show wallet. So we did some rearranging, had some funds, and now we're able to, what we're doing is DCAing into those conviction plays. And in this case, we DCA'd based upon, who rated. And if it would have been one of the other projects that we didn't hold in the wallet that rated, we would have bought. And you know what, maybe next week or, maybe the week after, Josh or myself will post something like that again. And these projects that didn't make it into the buy this time, like maybe Kit, maybe you show up 10 times as hard and you end up in our wallet. But, we do everything on stream and open for you to see. And I'm actually happy that we got more Chuck now because DCA.
So, Scott, on fantasy football last week, I just want to put it out there. I was projected to become like 11th in the Chuck League that I'm in, right? And I beat the person that was projected to be number 1. So I'm a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. But if I lose and I'm the worst performer every week, I either have to pay a $5,000 Chuck, or not $5,000. Whoa. 5,000 Chuck burn, or I have to make some humiliation video being stupid or what have you. So now that we have so much more Chuck, when this inevitably happens, am I able to use 5,000 Chuck for my burn?
Technically, I want to say yes, because was it Danny that was saying in a space to me not too long ago? He was saying about the league and that you had to do the draft or whatever. And he said something about that it was called the D-Gens or Dirty D-Gens or something or whatnot. And he's like, so technically by default, I guess you're part of that, right? And I was like, I have no clue. So if you happen to win, awesome. If you happen to lose, sure, you could do the burn from the show wallet. I'm a team player.
I'm just going to be honest. I'm all about the humiliation videos. I'm going to make the dumbest video you've ever seen in your life.
So as we know, Josh is aiming to lose on that league then.
No, I'm going to destroy all of them. They don't stand a chance. We've got the GDC 33 asking, do you ever look at projects on Ethereum? Can do.
Yeah.
I know can do. And we've
Yeah.
talked about projects on Ethereum today, even. Starting to love projects on Ethereum, man. They just, they give
I
me
want to
going.
see something. Is where is it? Oh no, not that. For Can Do, I need to see something with that. Oh, when we covered this not too long ago, and also somebody I know had some really badass jacket of Can Do like done onto it.
Was it Rico Moneybags'
It
friend?
might have been. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That would look sick. I thought that looked pretty sick. So yeah, no, we're familiar. And look at 54 million market cap. It was, pushing 275 or 280 there on that high, it looks like. Yeah, that could definitely do well. Oh man.
How about you pull up the Chuck chart really quick? Because we just bought some. Like, how's the chart like looking? Did we get a good entry? I mean, of course we did, because
we're good.
We got
just under 2 million. Yeah, that's good. It's almost, you know what I feel like? It's almost like we were getting it when we should have got a whole bunch before it ran. And if history repeats itself, which I know it will with Chuck, the market's going to start to move. This is going to start to run. We're going to get to all-time highs, and that's going to be, a 15x on what we just bought. So I'm ready. And yeah, no.
15x.
And look, it's not surprising that Chuck shows up. They are grinding around the clock, and occasionally I mess with them if I see it's a little bit too quiet. But also, thanks again for the gear. Got a cup, got some underwear. It's kind of cool. It makes me now look at all the different merch for projects. I'm curious what people are putting out, and it's fun. It's fun to have.
100%. They're doing it right. I like what they're doing. I like how they're doing it, and I'm huge supporter of Chuck. And they have never paid us anything. They did send us some merch, however, which you'll get to see all my merch here pretty soon. Hopefully I can do that before we go to Singapore.
Oh, God, that trip is coming up fast. For anybody out there around the world who happens to be watching us or see this video, if you're in Singapore next week, definitely shoot us a message, a comment, try to link up. There's the IFC on the 18th, Influencer Fight Club and Karate Combat. We have some amazing influencers fighting and getting in there. It is going to be crazy. There's also Token 2049, Solana Breakpoint, lots of great networking events, and everyone apparently is going out there. So for us, it's about 24 hours in the air, and we'll get there a little jet lag, but we'll be ready. We're going to probably immediately head over to see the fighters and the press conferences and all that. But definitely, if you're out there, make sure you let us know.
100%, yes.
And if not, they're going to get to see us anyways, right? Because they could watch the fight streaming wise, and then you could watch us because we're going to still be streaming.
Yep.
So,
and we'll be putting out content while we're in Singapore as well on our respective Twitters. We'll probably do some stuff together too, I'm sure. So
we got to do some funny stuff without getting in trouble.
I'm going to sing to policemen.
Huh?
I'm going to sing to policemen. All right, Scott, we got one more super chat. We've got about 3 minutes to figure it out here. We've got Dusty KZ. Oi there. I know it's pretty late, but wanted to put Colossus on your radar. We'll be back Friday pushing for them again then. DeFi is back, baby. Is this Colossus Finance? Because
I think it's Colossus Finance, yeah.
Oh, it's a DeFi protocol on base. Okay, because Colossal Finance
I think was this the one that was explaining that they're programmed on the 1% up? I think if this is it, this is the Colossal one. DeFi to base.
Is this potentially what I think it is? I need to
no, I don't think so.
Because there's one moment here.
892. Dusty, is this the correct Colossus on base? Yes, that's it. Colossus Finance on base. Well, we'll have to take a look into it.
Yeah, we'll cover this more on Friday because.
Yeah, feel free to shoot a comment over if there's anything you want us to let us know about it, or we could try to always get in the Telegram. But we'll take a look on Friday. And I heard about this in a space earlier a little bit, so yeah, we'll take a look. But we have to go because part of streaming in the middle of the afternoon means that we're juggling some other things out of the way, like IFC work and CRU work and lots of other things. But we need to make sure that we had got an afternoon stream for all our friends in different time zones. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love you guys always give us. Make sure you're following my man, Josh, right here.
Dollars. Now, at its peak, if
Hey everybody, Chris here. Welcome on a Wednesday afternoon, evening, nighttime. Could be Thursday morning where you are, if you're in Asia. But welcome. We're going to talk a little bit about Dogecoin, how Dogecoin is doing compared to other cryptos. We've also got some interesting news about cryptos over in the UK, how Tether is doing, because Tether is kind of interesting, what's going on there. And then some big picture stuff, Bitcoin, altcoins, all of that. And then maybe maybe toward the end we'll get into some politics. But I covered the post-debate stuff in my video earlier today. So if you saw that video, you're all caught up on what I think. I really didn't talk about politics so much because, again, I'm an independent. And so I kind of see both sides somewhat equally. But we don't have to get into that right now because we want to talk crypto, what's going on. Yes, crypto was down from last night, and most cryptos are right back up during the trading today because people realized the debate is just a show. It really doesn't mean much. And it was an opportunity then for the market makers to take out more liquidated longs, and that's what happened. Again, I showed that earlier in my video today. So the liquidations are still in play, of course. So if Bitcoin can get back to like 58.8, it can start taking out more shorts. That's what we need. We need more of those shorts to get liquidated and see a nice short squeeze. But I get ahead of myself because where are we right now? Let me drop down here in the corner. Hey, we're right on my white line. You remember what that white line is, right, guys? That is my September price prediction. And here we are now on the 11th of September, and DogeCoin is trading right where I thought it would. So for those who think I don't know what I'm talking about, well, month after month, for the most part, I'm pretty close. Maybe a little more optimistic on the optimistic side. So when there are big drops, I don't quite get that right. But I'm not the one predicting $2 DogeCoin right now either, like you see on a lot of other channels. So that's why you come here, get the real story, and then later on we will show, again, how DogeCoin is trading compared to other cryptos as well. So if you're watching this on a video replay, you either aren't subscribed, didn't have your notifications on, or don't remember that I am on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, except for next week. Next week, you will not be having Chris Packs videos or live streams because I'm on vacay. It's a Chris Packs vacay week next week. Yeah, right in the middle of FOMC week. I didn't plan that very well. I should have done better. But the timing is what it is. And I will be busy that day riding the Velocicoaster or whatever. Right during the FOMC meeting, I'm going to be on the Velocicoaster. So there it is. Hey, riding a roller coaster, right? Up and down, right? That's what it's going to be. So I'll just ride the roller coaster myself. But it's a much needed vacation. And, gives me a chance to clear my head, have some fun. The Velocicoaster is so good, I can't wait. I've never been to Universal, and I've seen the videos on Velocicoaster, and I'm going to time it exactly for when Jerome Powell announces that 25 basis point cut in rates, because that's what it's going to be, like I've been saying for months and months and months. It's finally going to be here, and I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be in Orlando riding the Velocicoaster. So remember that when you hear Jerome Powell say 25 basis point rate cut, Chris is going to be on the Velocicoaster. So, but that's next week. We still have this week to finish up, today and Friday. Yes, Friday we do also have another live stream coming. A lot to talk about this week, right? A lot going on. So let me check in with the chat, get caught up with the chat, and then we will get to the overall chart analysis, news, what's going on, and then back to the chat and Q&A, maybe a little politics, maybe a little bit. But first, cheers. I did just open a cold one. So cheers, everybody. That's good. All right. Post-debate Chris time. Again, I made a video earlier today, all post-debate stuff. but we can talk about it a little later. Doge for life. Matt bought some more Doge yesterday. Nice. Brought your average cost down to 12. That's the way to do it, Matt. Buy on the dips. Buy on the dips. Like I said, anything below 10 cents is a gift. So I think you got a good price there. Ryan's got a little more cash too. Yeah, I know where that cash is going, Ryan. I know exactly where that's going. Good evening, Joshua. Mars is here. Niels is here. Yeah, I'm okay. I have no complaints here. Doge is doing just what I thought it would. Maybe a little more volatile, but of course I do a whole month price prediction, and I don't always get the whole volatility right, but we're right there. I'm doing okay. Hemi Poppy, ready to make a big purchase of Doge over 100,000. Should I wait for another dip or just make that purchase? I can't tell you what to do there, Hemi. You've got to make that choice of when to buy. I buy on dips. We had a nice dip this morning, under 10 cents. That would have seemed like that was a good opportunity there. Will it dip again below 10 cents? That's a chance you're going to have to take. So that choice is up to you. I did something a little different this morning because I had sold, now I have a stock portfolio too, a small stock portfolio compared to my crypto, and I had gotten out of most of my GameStop last week when it had spiked up to $24 thanks to Roaring Kitty. And I bought this morning pre-market, I bought some DJT, Donald Trump holdings, because it was down like 17, 18% pre-market following the debate last night. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy some of that pre-market. It dipped a little more once the market opened, but I was in. And so far, I've made over $1,000 today just on Donald Trump stock that I bought. Much better than GameStop, which was crashing today too. So I got a little DJT in my portfolio now for stocks, and I'll just see how it rides out before the election and see whether I hold it through the election or not. That could be risky. We'll see about that. Hey, Joe, how are you? Some quiz withdrawals next week, Ryan. Yep, sorry about that. Ask the 8-ball. You don't have to ask the 8-ball. Chris already knows the answer. I've already given you the answer. And I gave you the answer back in April. It was going to be 25 basis points, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Surely 25, Ron says as well. It's what I've been saying all along. I don't think the Fed is going to just jump right into a 50 basis point cut. And it's not going to be zero. $2 Doge doesn't seem out of reach to me. People forget that Doge went from 0.002 to around 74. Yeah, but these times are a little different. They're a little different. It depends on whether it's just hopium and funny tweets, or is there actually something happening with Doge this time? Because I don't think we'll be seeing it out of a bunch of tweets. It's not going to make DogeCoin go to $1. So, Armando, I have $1,000. I don't know if I should buy more. Well, again, only invest what you're willing to risk. It's cryptocurrency after all, and Doge is more on the risky side, but not as risky as many other of those dumb tokens and other things. And as long as you're not trading with leverage, you'll be okay. And we are expecting positive returns October, November, December. I'll show you that chart in a little bit as well. We're on the 4-year cycle still. Looks like liquidity is coming back in the markets. It could be all right. crypto seems more diluted now. I know, particularly with the memes. So much more that probably used to get funneled into Doge is now spread out chasing all these other memes. But yes, Doge still has potential. If you had to take a guess on the top for this next bull run, what would your prediction be? So I've got two predictions, and I did that back in January for 2024, and that is DogeCoin integrated into the X platform? Or are we just trading on hopium and memes? Funny Elon tweets and things like that. Because that's what it was last time. There wasn't a whole lot else going on, but a lot of fun that Elon was having, and the price of Doge took off based on that. Hard to think a cryptocurrency price is going to be based on whether one individual says something about Dogecoin on a Saturday Night Live episode or not. But leading up to Saturday Night Live, there was all this anticipation about Dogecoin, and the price just went crazy.
Yo, what up? Shaggy said, UK proposed a new bill, posted a pic on the article. Let's see. UK introduced a new bill legalizing crypto ownership. The property bill was introduced in UK. This bill means for the first time that your assets like cryptocurrency NFTs, even carbon credits, can be treated as personal property. Personal property. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. All right, legit. Appreciate the info. Interesting personal property. Okay, legit.
All right. Yes, we also have Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, which again is another kind of meme, kind of fun thing. Doesn't really do.
I see, meaning it's under protection of theft, just like a car. Interesting.
Because it's been a long time. And there are still many who think Elon is just trolling, just having fun, and has no serious plan for Dogecoin. There's nothing there.
Yo, so my short paid out yesterday. I posted a pic on the Discord. So I'm looking for another short, and this is probably gonna pop up. But I'm trading the 7-minute and confirming on the 24-minute by the bands. So yeah, so it paid out pretty nicely. So I'm probably gonna look for a short once this starts topping out, because it looks like it's gonna end up topping out soon. So that's when we'll place our short. We'll see if we can make some money out of that. It'll be legit.
And use Doge. So Elon has utilized Doge, but it's just in small bits. We need the big thing, right? We need the big thing. So Armando, many YouTube videos says Shiba will reach a penny. No. Dogecoin $25. No. Again, those are YouTube content.
So my Doge is in the liquidity pool. I'm not worried about you messing with Doge. Nah, man, that's all good. It's an algorithm, brother. Now, if you were messing with AVAX and Ethereum, we might hands. That's funny. Yo, it's gonna print no matter what, so I might as well take the advantage. So like it goes up and it goes down. So if I can time the up and the downs like I did the other day, that's more money in Doge. So I mean, it's a win. I'm just taking advantage of the algorithm, and then I put money in Doge. So like, it's a win. It's a win-win no matter what.
I mean, 4 years from now, people are going to be saying, wow, you could have bought Doge for 10 cents. Because where do you think Doge is going to be in 4?
Let's see. I'm doing the timing, just not leveraged. Yeah, no, I feel you. Crypto.com, it was very easy on the leverage. Like, it doesn't even really seem like a lot. like I put out over 2,000%, but like the lever was really high. I had like 56 times leverage. So, and it wasn't bad. It was the app worked out really, really well. It was really easy to use. In the beginning, it was a little sketchy, but once you got it, it's easy to use. Like it's so easy. And like if you need to buy more, add more to your contract, it's so easy to buy more contracts. You ain't got to buy separate contracts. You can add on to the ones that you have. Let's see, Shaggy says, I just know I will eventually fuck myself with leverage. I did that with free money on the other platform. No, I feel you. I just as long as the super trends, as long as I follow the super trends and my own knowledge of how the chart flows and the patterns, I'll be good. Like the other one, paid out because I my own knowledge, and I follow the super trend. So as long as I keep doing that, I should be more profitable. So let's see what's up.
Yeah, they probably won't be doing that again. But what's Elon really going to do, though, JS? I mean, really, what's Elon really going to do? Is he going to incorporate Doge? Because that's what we need. Crypto isn't for the faint of heart. That's why I'm riding the Velocicoaster next week, right? Exactly. I'm doing the real roller coaster next week. Rip Ride Rocket, yep. Gonna ride that. Gonna do Harry Potter, gonna do them all. That's gonna be fun. Next week, for those just joining, Chris is on vacation next week. We'll be down in Orlando. We are going to...
Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Cheers. 7 cheers. Hell yeah.
Riding everything. Except those like 3D simulation rides. I don't like those so much. When you just sit there and the chairs jiggle and you're watching everything on a video screen. I don't like that. I like to be moving, actually moving. But yes, crypto. If you're crypto investing, you're already taking a risk. If you're then investing into Doge, you've got a little extra risk along with it. But is it as risky as it used to be? Maybe not. Is Dogecoin going to be prime time crypto? Probably.
Yo, what up, Morbid One? How's that Dogecoin doing? Doing good, doing good. We started shorting and longing. We do leverage trading, so we did really good yesterday. So we're doing that more. So Doge should pop up with one nice final push up, and then when we see that, we're gonna short it, and then we should make it on the way down. And once we finish out the bottom, we'll long the bottom. So well, I mean, we did it yesterday, really, really good. So we'll keep on doing that and see how we do. So, but doing pretty good, doing pretty good.
That was a whole thing 3 years ago with Vitalik, because Vitalik had...
Yo, hope you're doing good, Morbid One. Yo, nice. Hell yeah, appreciate it. Shout out to you, Morbid One. Hell yeah.
The gas fees on Ethereum have eventually come down. Didn't come down right away, but it certainly made Ethereum much faster. And one of Elon Musk's suggestions to the Dogecoin developers was to really be used as a currency. You got to get the fees down, and it's got to be faster for real currency use, because you can't wait the 1 minute for the mining, the verification of the transaction on the blockchain. It's up to a minute. Depends on when you actually make the transaction. But it's no more than a minute. Usually it's done in like 5 or 10 seconds, and it's done, right? And they got the fees down. They made it much more manageable in terms of fees. Doge is really cheap to move around compared to most other proof of work cryptocurrencies. But the proof of work and the mining, in my opinion, that's what keeps Dogecoin safe and secure. Again, we see time and time again, some proof of stake crypto, something goes wrong. Something goes wrong with this blockchain, like Solana, right? And we saw it even with Toncoin, right? They had to shut the blockchain down, reboot it, do whatever they needed to fix, whatever. And Solana, it's happened a number of times. Ton, it just happened the other week. I think it was the first time ton went down. But it's like Dogecoin doesn't have those problems right now. Dogecoin has been running for 10 years with no blips, no glitches, no stoppages, no hacks. Safe and secure Dogecoin. Dogecoin is never going to be as fast as a Visa transaction, okay? But the narrative that the Dogecoin Foundation has been pursuing here, they've now changed it from proof of stake to proof of Doge, right? Proof of Doge. It's the same thing. And they're calling this Project Sakura. And I don't know where that name came from. It doesn't show up anywhere on the Foundation website. And as I pressed them on X about it, Inevitable eventually told me that more details will come out soon. Well, why didn't you just say that, right? Instead of saying everything is transparent and it's all on GitHub, when it's not. It's not all on GitHub. So I've been looking into that for you guys, just so you know what's going on with that. And there's nothing real on it yet. It would have to be voted on by the community. A big change like that, the community would have to get behind. The foundation shouldn't be making those decisions on their own. It should be a community-based decision, like Dogecoin used to be. Everything was determined by the community. This foundation, right? I mean, they're doing a lot of good things so far. The developers get paid through the tip jars, right? So if you want to tip your favorite Dogecoin developer, you can do that. There's a tip jar for that. That's how they get paid. There's no percentage of Dogecoins being set aside for development or marketing or anything like that. Dogecoin doesn't work that way. It came out before all of that stuff started. So they rely on the tips. Now whales, Dogecoin whales give good tips, right? They support Dogecoin and they're hoping to make a lot more money this next bull cycle on Doge. So they give tips. A lot of other people in the community give Doge tips as well to the tip jar for the developers, because the devs don't get salaries. It's not like Ripple. It's not like the XRP devs that are all on salaries and they're all getting paid because they're minting and selling a whole crap ton of XRP, which is why XRP is not going to do anything. But not Doge. It's all out there. And new Doge continues to be minted as rewards to the miners for validating transactions on the blockchain, like it's been doing for 10 years. So I'll keep you up to date on the proof of stake stuff. You're welcome, KB. Cheers. Yes, utility, utility, utility. Again, that's been my narrative for Dogecoin for this cycle, is we will see great returns on Dogecoin with real utility. Will Elon Musk tweets help it? Sure, somewhat. But it's not going to sustain. It's going to be just like May of 2021. There's going to be a big peak and then it's just going to get shorted all to hell back down. It's not going to be able to hold it unless there's real utility. That's what it's going to need. Advisor Musk. Hey, if Trump wins the presidency, Musk has volunteered and Trump has accepted for Elon to be an advisor in the Trump administration to help clear out mostly the regulations. That's what's mostly bothering Elon, because he can't get things through all of the paperwork approval systems in order just to fly a rocket up into space. So many regulations, overregulated. So he has an interest in clearing a lot of that stuff out. But at the same time, the US government is huge. It's giant. And it could use a little trimming. I don't think Elon is trolling about crypto and money. He clearly sees future utility in it. I think so too, but for him to actually like use it on a global scale, like on X, would be a huge move with a lot of risk involved. But we'll see. We'll get into debate stuff and politics a little later. We'll be talking about that stuff. Okay, Roz? Still think Elon going to pull off the Doge 1 mission? Well, again, it's not Elon, right? Elon has rockets going up into space all the time, right? This is the company that's hitching a ride on an Elon rocket for the Doge 1 mission. It's all been paid for in Doge. They just got to get the satellite approved and reconfigured and whatever they're doing. Last I heard, a couple months ago, they were reconfiguring it for something. But it's made, and now it's going through some reconfiguration thing. Maybe December is when it's going to be able to hitch its ride. That's kind of what the forecasting and future SpaceX flights is targeting, a December launch of something that the Doge 1 satellite could hitch a ride on, and that would make it a Doge 1 mission. But we don't know whether it's ready to go. So it's not Elon's fault that that thing hasn't been ready. It's the third-party company that's making the satellite. Elon should have put a DogeCoin in the Polaris rocket. I know, right? We'll talk about debate stuff a little later, low roller. A little later. Yes, Patriots won. It's a good start to the year. Wasn't expected for our football New England Patriots to go into Cincinnati and actually win. We'll see whether that continues. People are betting on many wins still on the Patriots, even though they won the first game. So, reminder from KB, people hit the like button. Appreciate that. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Always appreciate that as well. How many states have approved money transactions for X payments? So, Jay, the last I heard it was 36. It was 36. So 14 more to go. That's the last I've heard. Still, it's the end of summer now. Elon said summer of 24. It's the end of summer, and he's a little over halfway with those. But again, that's the regulation thing that is just killing Elon, right? It's like, why does it take so long to get a license? He applied months and months and months ago for all of this. This is the thing that bugs Elon more than anything else right now. He said the other day on the All In Pod, it shouldn't take longer to get a piece of paper to move from one desk to another for a signature than it takes to build a rocket. He's got Starship ready to go on its next test flight. It's ready to go. And it's waiting for some regulatory approval. Yeah, we'll talk about debate stuff in a little bit. We're talking crypto and Doge right now. Stellar. I don't hear anything about Stellar. I don't know what they're doing. I have no intention on buying into any of that. Not buying into any of it. What is Stellar doing now? Stellar. $0.09. 9 cents. There was a time when XLM was actually more than Doge. And sometimes it trades right around Doge's price. But again, this is an older coin, been around for years and years. Big run in 2021. It actually went up to 70 cents also. Look at that. I didn't remember that. It went up to 70 cents. And then like DogeCoin, traded all the way back down below 10 cents. That's pretty similar to Doge. Could XLM trade up to 70 cents again? Who knows? Looks like I've got a couple lines on this chart. I must have been looking at this back here a couple years ago for these lines to be here. Some previous live stream from a couple of years ago, we were looking at XLM prices, and of course XLM failed that lower support at 32 cents in the bear market, of course. Kind of interesting. Yeah, it did better than XRP in this last bull run, not the one before. That was the XRP back here. Well, actually, I mean, XLM ran up 70 cents again. It actually did like a big double top here. Look at this. I mean, giant double top, right? At 70 cents. What did XRP do during that same time? Actually, 2021, it was up $1.70, $1.80. Oh, this one doesn't go back to 2017. I got to do, let's see, this is the Binance one, right? I got to do one that goes back further. It includes 2017. Maybe it's a USD one. See what we get here. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Yeah, XRP went up to $2.80 up here. And then in 2021, it only went up to $1.80. So it didn't repeat the same previous high. And now it's just not doing much at all, which is why I call it a stable coin now, right around 60 cents. Right now it's 53 cents. That's the fate of XRP right now. Not doing much. Got something here, a little remnant of something I need to get rid of. Here we go. So this is the upcoming FOMC meeting for next week. Is this blue line there? We'll go to the daily chart, and we'll see that out here. So this is next Wednesday, FOMC. My September price prediction had a little action going on that day, but I will not be here, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Vacations are always fun. But here's another view of that. So that's that blue vertical line is next Wednesday's FOMC meeting. I predicted some volatility happening there. But so far, Doge is right with my white line, right there. So still following. All right, so let's get into it. Crypto bubbles, mostly red. There's a few greens. Injective is up. Monero is up a little bit, kind of interesting. Uniswap up a little. BNB. Mostly we've got some big negatives though, like WIF, Floki, Popcat, Sats, Say down a bit, and Pepe, all 3 to 6% down. So we'll talk about how, again, how Doge compares to other cryptos. We're talking a little bit about, but also Doge against the other major meme tokens. And Doge is outperforming all of those right now. So that's good for Doge. Overall, crypto fear and greed index is now up to 37, up from yesterday's 33. Last week, we were from fear to extreme fear. Remember, we had dipped down to 25. So fear and greed is ticking up, although last night with the Trump debate performance not being so great, we had crypto prices coming down a bit. Many believe that crypto will do better under a Trump presidency than a Harris presidency. Could be. Crypto did okay 4 years ago when Biden won. Just saying, it might not be the end of the world if Harris wins for crypto. Let's see how that plays out. Here's what Rec Capital says, and this is what I've been showing on for the past couple weeks, is monthly performances so far for Bitcoin. September is down 7% for Bitcoin, just like it has been down in 2022, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17 were all red months for September. And now here we are. Again, this is what we've been saying, October, November, December. Look at these October returns over the past 5 years for Bitcoin, 28%, 5%, 39%, 27%. Now the black represents the 4-year cycles. So 4 years ago, Bitcoin was up 27% in October, then 42% in November, and then 46% on top of that for December. 4 years before that, in 2016, and this was before the huge 2017 run, but in 2016, up 14%, 5%, and 30%, all green months. Is this what we're looking at for October, November, December of 2024? I'm not betting against it. As Rec Capital says, survive September, thrive in October, November, and December. Q4 is where it's at. Will this year be different? I don't think so. And this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we were waiting for all summer long. It's like, let's finally get going. And this could be the start. And we could actually turn September around too. I mean, September started off with a big dip. So we have to recover from that completely first. So that's what we're looking at going forward. The big picture is this giant cup and handle, which we showed before on the Bitcoin chart, but here it is on the alts as well. This is from Elja. Alt season will begin in Q4. Life-changing gains will be made. So for the alts that have been beaten down pretty bad through the bear market and even this summer, giant cup and handle, target, big gains. Life-changing? Could be. Guess it depends on how much you put in, right? The more you put in, the more you get out, right? The bigger your gains. And again, this isn't chasing the possible 1000x meme tokens, which is like 1 in a million chance of actually picking the right one. Most times you're just going to get wrecked. So be careful about that. And this isn't life-changing gains trying to trade with leverage. Just be smart about it. Just be smart about it. So how's Dogecoin doing? So this is looking at the last 3 months of trading. Not too much green over the last 3 months. Doge is right here, sort of in the middle, but it's down 30% since June 11th. Over the last 90 days, Doge is down 31. That's not as bad as like Pepe, which is down 42, Sheeb that's down 39, WIF is down 37. So Doge is outperforming those other large meme tokens. And there are others doing that. I mean, Matic, HBAR, and Arbitrum has been the worst. I've got some Arbitrum, so that's not great to see. The ones doing great, Helium, Aave, Tron, even XRP. Again, it's a stable coin, right? You hit it at the right time, it can actually show a little green. But here's Aave. Again, I've been talking about Aave. I own a chunk of Aave. And Aave's the one that actually has broken out of this downward trend. The downward trend that we've seen across all cryptos, for the most part, It's one of the only ones that has actually broken out of that downward trend. So this is the type of trading we will be seeing in October, I think, for all other cryptos, including Doge. We're going to see this type of trading. This is Aave's chart now, here in September. This is what we're going to see. Breakouts across the board. And I'm going to be talking breakout, 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 right? And it's going to be real. It's a real breakout as opposed to the fake breakouts that we've had before. But Aave has done it. Others will. The UK introduces a bill to legalize crypto ownership. Now, why would they do this? Why would they do this? When so many other countries are trying to find ways to suppress crypto, ban it. Yeah, most countries haven't been very successful. You can't ban, I mean, crypto is worldwide. People trade it with VPNs. It's kind of tough to ban. It's going to happen. Every country, someone owns crypto. But this goes the opposite direction for the UK of legalizing it, which is kind of interesting. UK introduced a bill to officially recognize crypto, NFTs, and carbon credits. It's kind of weird. The bill gives legal protection to crypto owners and businesses, helping courts handle disputes involving digital assets. The regulation, if passed, would take full effect by the end of 2024. So that's good. UK wants to stay ahead in crypto regulation. I think that's fine. I think that's kind of what we're looking for, is clarity on the regulation of crypto assets. That takes away a lot of the risk of crypto investing to do that. So the more we get this happening around the world, the better. Meanwhile, the one crypto that does well no matter what the markets do, right? There's one crypto that does well. That's Tether. Do you know Tether made more money than BlackRock last year? Tether made more money than BlackRock. If you guys have ever swapped into Tether and then traded out of Tether or bought another crypto with Tether, there's a little fee you pay, right? A little Tether fee. Those fees add up. They add up a lot. Tether's making a crap ton of money, and they keep minting more and more Tether all the time. There is now 118 billion Tether tokens. 118 billion. And every time a Tether trades hands, whether from a personal wallet or account to an exchange, Tether just makes a little bit more. Tether is used very often for cross-border payments, sending money, right, from one country to another. Many use Tether for that. There's no risk with Tether. It's always one-to-one with the US dollar. So, I mean, with inflation, right? Tether year after year has less buying power as the United States dollar does as well. But it's used a lot. It's a very safe way to move money from one country to another. And a lot of people use it. Tether, making money. Making money. Tether. I thought that was interesting. You know who else is making money off of crypto? They haven't been for the past couple of years, but they're back. And who is that? Ah, Robinhood. Remember Robinhood? They made so much money in 2021, mostly off of Dogecoin. It was something like 70% of all of Robinhood's profit in 2021 was crypto. And over half of that crypto profit was Dogecoin. It was Dogecoin for Robinhood. Well, guess what? Robinhood, Vlad's pretty smart, right? And he sees what's happening. He sees this bull cycle, this bull market building up. He knows what Elon's doing. He knows about Dogecoin because he made a crap ton of money off it back in 2021. So what's he doing? Crypto strategy is luring affluent millennials to the platform. That's their target audience, is to get a lot of the millennials onto their platform. And what are they going to buy? What are they going to buy? They're going to see a Bitcoin at 58,000. They're going to see a Dogecoin at 10 cents. I can buy a lot more Doge than I can Bitcoin. That's how it worked. 2021. That's what we saw, was the explosion of investors on Robinhood, easy on ramping, first-time crypto holders, right? Buying Doge. Yeah, some will buy SHIB if they even know what it is. I mean, SHIB has a much lower price, and you get a lot more SHIB for $1 than Doge. But they don't. Most people, they've never heard of SHIB. They don't know what it is. But they've probably heard of Dogecoin. That is what is going to help Dogecoin this bull market. So I say, go Robinhood. Let's do it. And Vlad should also start posting Dogecoin tweets, right? Dogecoin memes. That would be awesome. Because he knows he makes a crap ton of money off of that Doge trading on his platform. So here's why Dogecoin price recovered above 10 cents. Again, 10 cents. That's been a support resistance line for a long time. And here we are again. Now we're right above it. So can we hold 10 cents as support now and no longer see the nines, no longer drop or add a zero back? We want to drop another zero, obviously. We're done dropping zeros at 10 cents. Now we want to add on the backside, right? Get to $1, get to $10. The future. Dogecoin recovered above 10 cents following Bitcoin's rise to as high as 58,000. There is a strong positive price correlation between Doge and Bitcoin, and we continue to watch that. And for the most part, they've been trading pretty close to even. And again, we look at the Doge BTC trading pair right here, and we're at 17. So this is barcoding, which means it's pretty much just trading sideways. We can zoom out on the 4-hour and you can see, yeah, there was a little bit more of a run on Doge here the other day. It came back down a little bit, but still better than it was at the beginning of the month. So that's positive for Dogecoin, but for the most part, yeah, pretty even, I'd say. Doge still staying pretty even with Bitcoin. So what sent it up? Well, certainly Bitcoin's price going up does help Doge, but as we saw the other day, Doge actually went higher percentage-wise compared to Bitcoin, and that would be one, Elon Musk. Musk recently put out an X post in which he alluded to Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. So that got some people excited and people buying Dogecoin. Mr. Crown, welcome. Good to see you. And of course, Elon has also made other little tweets that I've shown over the past few days, just supporting all of that. Sounds good about Starlink, using Doge as a currency as opposed to a bank because Brazil is going to shut down their Starling bank account. If you use DogeCoin, there's no bank. You got no bank. So all of those little things, right, just add up. They all add up to Doge. So how does Doge compare to other memes? Pepe, Sheeb. Meme coins have been on their usual up and down roller coasters, according to sentiment, speculation, crowd sentiment playing a major factor. Our latest insights breaks down top on-chain and social indicators for Doge, Sheep, and Pepe. Yes, Dogecoin had a tough August. We went all the way through August with that. Was definitely tough. Sheeb also dropped almost back where it was 2 years ago. Pepe holding tight, still up quite a bit from where it was a year ago. But as we saw over the past 3 months, has traded down lower than where Doge was. So in the end, it all depends on when you buy in. When do you buy in? Doge BTC, RSI lows, can do that. I haven't turned on the RSI in a while. Unlike you, Tom, I don't pay for a TradingView subscription. So every time I've got to turn off one of these other guys in order to add the RSI. So let's turn off the 50 and then we'll add RSI. We can do that. So here we're at Doge BTC, we're at 17.7, we're on the 4-hour chart. And what are we looking at here? Yeah, right now it's at 50. It's right at 50, Tom. So either way from here, get a multiple moving average indicator so you get 3 to 5 moving averages. I could do that. But right now the RSI is right at 50. So it is just sitting there. On the weekly, we can do that. Weekly is actually starting to turn around a little bit. On the weekly, still RSI is still down at 40 on the weekly, but and back here early August we were talking about those being the lows of the Doge BTC compared to where the Doge BTC chart was back in February when Doge took off. So we could be looking at that kind of thing again. Yeah, I know. We go back to 2021 and it's like, yeah, way up there. But look where it was before, even lower, back in 2020. This little run right here that we had in October 2022, that's when Elon bought Twitter and Doge just spiked. But eventually, against BTC, traded all the way back down and then even lower. So yeah, it's been tough for Doge versus BTC trading through the rest of this bear market. But zooming in, we are still starting to see a little turnaround here, which is why I've been saying Doge is going to outperform Bitcoin over the next 12 months. Outperform Bitcoin. Here's what that looks like on the daily. Zoomed out. Yeah, we had that big dip there on August 5th. But that's my call, Tom. Over the next 12 months, Doge will outperform Bitcoin by multiples. We're going to see a big run on Doge. Bitcoin will do well, but Doge is going to go higher. 4-year cycles. As we showed last week, number have shown every 4 years, Doge goes on a crazy spike, and it hasn't done it yet. So here we are looking at FOMC here. Next Wednesday, we'll have a little volatility in Doge's price, most likely happening there. So that's what we're looking for. Cool. All right, let me get caught up in the chat. Life-changing wealth. At what point do you sell your Doge? Luke, we're going to be talking about that later this fall. Probably in October, we'll start those conversations about layering out, taking profits. Too soon. Doge is still at 10 cents. Not time to start taking profits yet. But we'll get to that. So stick around at least into the real moves for a bull market. And we'll be talking about that, okay? We will be talking. Tor, do you strictly look at technical analysis or a fundamental something? I look at the news and I look at the actual data and trading. I do not do so much technical analysis other than where are the liquidations happening, because that's really what's been moving the price more than anything else, particularly with Bitcoin and ETH, as we've seen through the summer, is the targeting of leveraged longs, and we see a price dip down, grab that price, take out leveraged longs, and then as price goes up, we see shorts getting liquidated as well. That's what's been moving the crypto market more than most things. Now, Aave obviously has some great news behind it and all of the increasing use of that DeFi platform, and that is causing Aave to continue to go up higher than most other cryptos. TA isn't going to show you that, right? No one predicted this. Where's that chart? No one predicted this Aave move. There was nothing TA wise that said that that was going to happen. It just blew past everybody's like resistance lines and fib lines compared to like the rest of the crypto market, which wasn't doing that move. So that's what I look at. Stuff like that. But I'm much more news driven. What's going on in the crypto market? What is influencing crypto as opposed to TA? If you want to watch some good TA analysis, go watch Mr. Tom Crown. Check Tom out. He does great TA. See, low roller, you didn't hear me earlier. I sold most of my GameStop last week at 24 bucks. I sold. And I had that money sitting there waiting. This is in my stock portfolio. And this morning, pre-market, I bought Donald Trump DJT, of which I'm already up quite a bit. I made over $1,000 just on that today. So yeah, I guess you could call it fundamental analysis. Sure. It's the news. It's the news. Mega Millions might raise to $5 a ticket. That's crazy. $2 a ticket is enough. But $5? Wow. Hey, what's up, Jason? Welcome. We haven't had an altcoin season yet. It's coming. It's coming. What's a Robinhood? Who is this Robinhood you speak of? Yep. Why hasn't Robinhood added any new coins? That is an interesting question, because there are a lot of really good cryptos that shouldn't be questionable on whether it's a security or not, because that's the thing that spooked out Robinhood. What was that, like a year and a half ago when they dropped Solana and Cardano? It's because they were afraid they'd get a Wells notice from SEC and have to pay a big fine. So they just said, we're just going to get rid of those. They could be adding some of those back. I mean, Cardano should be back on Robinhood. So should Solana. I don't know why. I don't know why. How many states, Tedward asked? Yeah, this was asked earlier. 36 is the latest number I've seen, is 36 states have, X has money transmitter licenses, which means 14 states to go. So getting there, but again, Elon even admits he's bad at scheduling, right? He's bad at forecasting how long things take. His frustration on regulations and how long licenses and things take to get really bothers him now. And this is another one of those things. It's just, why does it take so long? $3 Doge, $400 billion market cap, not happening. Maybe not this cycle, maybe next. Again, crypto is going to continue to grow in size over time. We're still early. We're still early. And we'll see how Doge is actually, trading. So, a lot of YouTube is clickbait. I know. You should know it just by the thumbnails, whether something is going to be good or not. You should know. Hey, Roz, can you go check the second most recent post from Master Kenobi on X, who Kevin just agreed with? Master Kenobi. Master Kenobi. Master Kenobi. Where your imagination ends, mine begins. Interesting. He's got a pinned tweet. Doge update. Interesting. So we're looking at 4-year cycles again. He's outlined Bitcoin halving, and then he's forecasting out from the Bitcoin halving 91 days. So that's this yellow box here. That first yellow box is a 91-day box, of which we're not there yet. Is that right? Oh no, 91 days are these smaller boxes. He's got an initial 91 day and then a secondary 91 days. He had them back to back in 2020 into 2021. They're split between 2016, 2017. And then here he's saying in 2024 and then early 2025, we could see the first 90 days Doge go to $1, and then the second 90 days go to $3.40. That's what the chart says. So what does he say? We reviewed the pattern by which cycles are aligned, compare with the graph in the previous post. See the difference? We noticed that the first pump in each bull market every time lasts exactly 91 days. If we've already entered the bull market on December 2nd, Doge should reach $1. If we have a bull market similar to the previous one, Doge should then reach $3.40 around March 3rd. Although the red line has been reached in every bull market that has passed, I personally find it difficult to see Doge above $5 this cycle. So he's got this red line from the 2017 high through the 2021 high. And if we hit that now, it'd be $5. If we hit that on March 2nd, it would be up over $11. Again, this is technical analysis, which is well and good, but it doesn't mean that's going to happen. I believe there will be a bull run with Doge, but the only thing that's going to get Doge to trade up at these levels is going to be some use case this cycle. It's not just going to be memes and tweets. That's what I think. Kevin says, nice post. We are on the same page. There you go. Yeah, that's what he replied. Got it. So, Master Kenobi. I'll give him a follow, and we will keep in touch with what Master Kenobi follows up on with that Doge update. Interesting. All right. Doge couldn't hold 10.2 cents, meanwhile. Just can't hold it. Not right now. Bitcoin can't hold 58K, which it had earlier today. Just touched it. Can't hold it. The Chase Money glitch thing. Yeah, I saw some little bit of news on it. Saw that Graham Stephan had made a video on it, which of course he just makes videos to get clicks. So that was the latest thing. So he makes a video on it. Fine. That's Graham. There's no such thing as too good to be true, right? No such thing. What time frame would you say is the best to look at on average? Well, it depends on what you're doing, right? For accuracy, again, are you trying to trade or are you just looking at overall trends? I always use the 15-minute just to see what it's done for the past day. And you see me constantly flipping between the 15-minute, the hourly, the 4-hour, daily, and weekly. I'm always going back and forth. I use the hourly less, I think. I typically go from a 15-minute chart back to a 4-hour chart. Those are the ones I use the most. Would be the 4-hour, because the 4-hour gives you like half a month. So it goes from looking at a day on the 15-minute chart to then half a month on the 4-hour chart. So that's typically what I flip back and forth on, are those. But if I'm trading, then I'm on Coinbase and I'm on the 5-minute. I'm on a 5-minute chart on Coinbase when I'm actually going to buy or sell when I'm trading. That's what I look at. Because then on that 5-minute chart, you're like right in there. Okay, what's it doing? Where's it going from here? That's what I look at. Where's SHIB going to top out at? Well, we saw SHIB up at 45 back in March. Now SHIB is trading at 13. I don't count the first 4 zeros. So it was at 45, dropped all the way down to 13. Ouch, that's like a third of the price. So it's come down higher as a percentage from its spring high than Doge has. Doge has gone from 22 to 10. SHIB has gone from 45 down to 13. So that's pretty bad. So to get back up to 45, That's my target to sell right now. If it gets back up to 45, I'm selling. I bought in at 10, so that would give me at least a 4x return. I'm good with that at this point. I was hoping SHIB would at least get to its previous all-time high around 80, but now 40 is like, I'm good. But that's just me. I have no long-term aspirations of holding on to SHIB and that Shibarium and the whole SHIB ecosystem is going to become something so big that, you know, it's going to be worth multi-trillion dollars. I'm not waiting for that. I'm just trying to make money on SHIB this cycle. And sure, I could have sold back in March, but I wasn't selling anything then, thinking that that was a first leg of a multi-leg bull market, and did not think that everything would fall back as much as it has this summer, which we looked at again earlier here on this comparison chart. Which one was it? Where'd it go? We covered that. We covered this one. Over the last 90 days, again, SHIB is down 40%. 40% the last 90 days. Doge is down 30%. SHIB is down 40. Pepe is down 42. So yeah, SHIB's gotten hurt more. Now, if you're looking to buy in and catch a wave, not a bad price, in my opinion. Again, always comes with some kind of risk, so be careful about that. Be careful about the risk. Who's got a gold check mark? Oh, Joe. Yeah, Joe's got the first gold check mark. He's been our longest standing family member here, was Joe. Nice gold check mark. Silver's not bad, but gold, that also means Joe's getting more Dogecoin than you, Ryan. He's getting a little more Dogecoin from me than you are, because he's been around a little bit longer. He got the gold check mark. That's as high as it goes. I got nothing bigger than gold. But once you're gold, you're good. If I get free money on Chase Glitch, I'd put it all into Dogecoin. Yeah, well, they lost. And now they're going after those that tried to take advantage of the so-called glitch. Legal action. Again, be careful. Something seems to be too good to be true. Just stay away. Stay away. Yeah, Subway, I don't think so. Stay away. I got 4 Subway footlongs for $8. Wow. That's a good deal. We get the coupons for the Jersey Mike's buy one, get one free. And we do that sometimes. And I think Jersey Mike's has a much better sandwich than Subway. But that's what we do here. A Doge phone. I think Elon's staying out of the phone business. He's not going to be getting into that. Well, I already have silver. So platinum, what color would that be? I'd have to add a new check mark to my... Anyway. Mars has been around since the old channel. Yes, you have. I did not have check marks back then, and they wouldn't have carried over. But you've got no check mark now, so I can't help you. For those wondering what the check marks are, just go to my YouTube channel and you'll see our members here. And you can join and become a member of the channel and you get these check marks. And gold is the highest one. I think that's 2 years, if I remember. If I remember, the gold is 2 years. And you also get to use some fun custom emojis in the chat. You get your name in green, all of that, to be a member. And then you will be getting some of this Dogecoin from me. 75,000 Dogecoin I will be giving out at the top of the bull market when we are all making money. That's the plan. I'd give it out sooner, but you degens would just sell it. No, I'm keeping you guys safe. I'm actually allowing you guys to make more money by me holding on to it until I'm ready to give it out. That's the plan. That's the plan. But yeah, this is the CRISPEX DCA portfolio. We're up about 60% since last year. 60%, not bad. Of course, we were higher back in March, but so it goes. We're waiting for that next huge run up, particularly in Doge. And then I will be giving out this Dogecoin, which is 43% of the overall portfolio. And all of these other coins, those are mine. Not my personal stash. This is my CRISPEX stash of coins here that we were buying a year ago. DCA buying. Our average price of Dogecoin is 6 cents. Our average Bitcoin price was 26,000. That's right. Jasmy 0.003. This is the actual purchases we made. If we go to here, 9/11, look at that. Exactly 1 year ago, we bought 33,000 Dogecoin at 0.0595. That's right, Dogecoin was under 6 cents exactly 1 year ago. And we bought 33,000 Dogecoin into this portfolio. Up until then, I had only been buying like $33 or $50, $33, like three times a week. But then when it dropped below 6 cents, it's like, okay, I'm going to buy a little more of that. And we did that a year ago. Live, we bought this live during the live stream. I had the Coinbase open and we actually bought the cryptocurrency live. For some of you that were here a year ago, that's what we did. But I mean, we can see what else we bought that day. I think that's all we bought that day was Doge because it dropped below 6 cents. We bought Algorand at 9 cents on September 8th. We bought 9-cent Algorand. We bought Litecoin at $62. Looking back, that wasn't a good purchase. And we bought SHIB at 0.000075. That's 5 zeros, 75. That was a good price for SHIB. So that's a year ago. That's what we were doing. And except for the Litecoin and Celestia's down, that's one of the more recent ones we flipped into. We took profits on Render because Render was going to change to from the RNDR token to the Render token. And I didn't know if Coinbase was going to support that migration. So we just took the profit on Render and I bought Celestia. And Celestia tanked even harder. Unfortunately, we didn't get that quite right. But overall, we're up 60%. Pretty good. If you want to know more about this portfolio and how you can receive Dogecoin from me, just put a question in the chat or down in the comments below if you're watching this on a video replay. and I'll be glad to talk more about it. Free Dogecoin I will be giving out. We're zoomed in on the 5-minute chart, watching price action here. We not degen. We smart. Right. Jersey Mike's is good. Yeah, we like Jersey Mike's a lot better than the Subway. They actually cook right there as opposed to just microwave something. Yeah, I remember that Discord. That was fun. Actions are more powerful than words. If words got it, Dogecoin 75 cents last time, and wouldn't it make sense for the utility to bring it further? Yeah, it would. Which is why my price prediction is much higher for Dogecoin if Doge actually has real utility by Elon on X. That's what my comparison was. Well, yeah, of course, Roz. Those ABC moderators aren't going to talk about the assassination attempt on Trump. They're not going to bring it up because they are obviously leaning toward the Democrats. And if anything was proof of that last night was how much they were pro-Harris and anti-Trump, just based on their questions to the two candidates. I mean, basically, we're going to do a little political time now. But basically, the questions were to Donald Trump, remember a few years ago when you did something bad? And then the question to Harris was, Harris, do you remember when the orange man over there did something bad? That was basically it. Now, I'm an independent again, and I'm just like, try to stay in the middle of all of this, but that was pretty obvious that those moderators were not just moderators, and they weren't just answering questions. They were skewing things pretty bad. No, Trump didn't have a great performance. I think he really blew it, particularly on the healthcare thing. He should have just said he had a plan and he wasn't going to talk about it because he's going to wait till he gets elected to unveil the plan instead of saying he had like a concept of a plan or a concept of an idea or whatever that was. That wasn't good. And certain things that Harris said really triggered him. She was coached very, very well. There's no doubt. She was coached very well for the debate. And she just said things that triggered him. So, yep. That's my political debate commentary. How many members? It's in the 40s somewhere, Joshua. I haven't looked recently. It's somewhere in the 40s. Trump said migrants were eating dogs. Yeah, it's on video. There's actual video of it, of migrants eating cats, cooking cats on the street. Reports that they were catching geese in a public park and slaughtering them. Yep, it's happening. It's absolutely happening. I believe it. You degenerates wouldn't sell? Some of you guys would, though. It's like free stuff. I'm just going to sell. Ryan's a Harris supporter, but will admit questions were biased at points. Yep, that's my point as well. They were pretty biased. GJT stock moving together now since the whole Elon Doge title. There are many who think that crypto overall will perform better after the election if Trump is elected versus Harris. We still don't know what Harris's true economic plan is and what she would do about regulations for crypto. I think, they added a button where you can donate crypto. Of course, they're going to do that. They'll take money any way they can for an election, right? They'll take donations. If someone wants to give them crypto, they'll take it. But that doesn't mean they're not going to continue the regulation by enforcement that SEC has been doing under the Biden administration. And that wouldn't be great for crypto. Now, crypto certainly traded very well 4 years ago under Biden, right? Post-election into 2021, crypto was going wild. Now, a lot of that was about stimulus checks and, a lot of free money being thrown around. We don't have that much of that this time, which is why I kind of think we need to temper some of our expectations this cycle. But that doesn't mean it still can't do well. There's still only so much Bitcoin. And if people keep buying Bitcoin, there's less and less Bitcoin available. So the whole scarcity thing plays in, no matter who's the president. So we have that. They're eating the Doge. God, I didn't even think of that. Concepts of a plan. I know that was bad. That was the one thing that Trump said that I was just like, ooh, that's bad. He should have come up with something else. Because he said it well when it came to the Ukraine-Russia, peace deal and how he would end it. He's like, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to take care of it. If I'm the president-elect, I'll just go take care of it, which I believe he could probably do. He should have said something like that about his healthcare plan. Yeah, Harris baited him. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. The only thing I'm worried about with Trump is his age. Right now, he is sharp as anything. I know, we love those stimmies, didn't we, Ryan? Those were nice. They went right into crypto. That's where mine went. They went right into crypto. Well, I was doing some stocks first. The earliest ones went into stocks and then crypto. Yeah, the USA will survive Harris. Everyone says it'll be the end of America. No. It's just, many believe it's just not a great direction for the country, particularly when it comes to the migrants. That's just bad policy. That has to change. And I think regardless of who wins, that's going to turn around. I think that's just a this election kind of thing. And post-election, if Harris wins, they're going to do something about it. Not as drastic as what Trump would do, but I still think they would do something about it. Yeah, interesting times, right? If XRP got up to 150 billion, what's stopping Doge? Nothing. Doge could go to $1.50, sure, and be up there. Again, it's going to be utility, like we were saying earlier. Utility. That's what it's going to take. Bitcoin and crypto don't care who's president. In the big picture, there are many who just think Trump would be more crypto friendly and we would see a much bigger bounce off the election results if Trump wins for crypto prices. Yeah, I don't know about Vivek. I mean, certainly he talks very well. There's still questions on how he ran his biotech company and became very wealthy, and whether that would translate into actual, political decision making. But he talks a good game. He probably would have smart people around him I would believe that, but I don't think he's the type of presidential candidate, though, that would actually get like mass voting, from the lower to middle class. I would think Vivek would have a tough time getting that at this point. So he's got to do some other stuff first. I think he's got to do some other stuff first. Yeah, I agree. I think Tedward, I think he had, he has his, 4 years ago he was president, right? So he has all of that he was doing, the previous 4 years before that as president. But he could never fix the whole Obamacare thing. And he even said in the debate last night that he had a choice, right? He could either be selfish, right, look out for his own self-interest and try and get Obamacare abolished and institute a new plan, which would be very painful for most Americans. Instead, he said he made the tough choice against the selfishness to say, let's do what we can to make it better, to improve it. That's what he said, and that's what happened. But he doesn't have a plan to replace it, and he finally admitted it. Concept of a plan or whatever it was, that just didn't come off really good. On the issues of economy, foreign policy, and the border, Trump was a leader. Abortion and race, tried to bait him. The whole January 6th and previous election thing, I'm like so tired of. It's like, let's stop bringing up all of those past items and let's talk about what's going on now, how we're going to fix things that are going on now, and what we're going to do in the future. But the media just can't help it but keep bringing up those past things. Yeah, the gold standard. I didn't think Trump fell for the bait that much. Yeah, overall, he did a good job. Again, like I said, the healthcare thing was bad. And then getting roped into talking about January 6th far too much. People don't want to hear about that anymore. The media keeps bringing it up. But that and, the triggering, right? And, what Harris would come up. It's obvious and it's been said multiple times that Trump is not the author of this Project 2025 thing. Trump has distanced himself from it. He said multiple times he doesn't even want to read it. He doesn't even want to know because it's getting such bad publicity. But yet, the Democrats continue to call it Trump's Project 2025 when they know it isn't. But that's politics, right? And they're going to keep bringing because they know that triggers not only him, but the American voter as well. So.
Hey, yo, cheers to everybody. Yo, cheers. Cheers, beautiful. Cheers, Hanson. Definitely cheers, my love. Hell yeah.
I think overall, let me go back to the 15-minute chart. We can see what happened. This downfall in trading last night is the public perception was that Trump lost the debate and crypto prices dropped because of it. Whether he actually lost or not, that's debatable, right? I think in the end, it was pretty much a wash, in my opinion. They both told lies. They both did the politics thing. They both got baited a few times. Neither really gave concrete plans on the economy. I didn't hear us talk about the economy at all. Obviously, she doesn't want to because the economy hasn't been great the past 4 years. Trump brought it up a couple times just in passing, but there were really no direct questions about the economy. And that's what I think is like the number one issue right now, because people are hurting, right? Their wages haven't kept up with the price of goods. The inflation has been really bad. But Trump doesn't connect with like the common people in America. He doesn't, he could just say to the camera and just say like, I'm trying to do policies that are good for the average American, and he won't say it. He won't say it. So he's not connecting. And that's not good, in my opinion. Vivek on the Trump team. Trump may have him involved somehow because he's a pro-Trumper. He certainly continues to say very good things about Donald Trump. So could see that. JD's awesome. Low roller. Watch the All in Pod interview with JD that came out yesterday. Watch that. JD's sharp. He's a sharp guy. You may not like his policies, but he's a really sharp guy. And he's a great pick, in my opinion, as a vice president. I mean, I like Tim Walz too. I think Walz is a great pick on the Democrat side for vice president. I actually think the vice presidents are probably better for, governing the country than the presidential candidates. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I didn't think he really got lazy. I think the beginning of Trump's presidency, it was all new to him. I think he was in over his head. He's used to really being in control of things. And once he got to be president, he wasn't in control. The world events going on, everything was new. Everything he was just learning about Congress, how to get legislation through, all of that. That's what I think happened was Trump was he just didn't have the experience to really run the country because he hadn't been in politics. This time around, that may be different, but Brock Purdy should be paid more than Dak. Yeah, there was a discussion on the local radio here in Boston about Jacoby Brissett, right, as the quarterback for the Patriots now, and just kind of filling a role before Drake May, the number 3 draft pick, gets good enough to actually run the team. He needs reps. He needs experience. He needs to learn more before they put him out there. And I agree with that. But the idea about having a offense in the National Football League today that can actually succeed and do well with just an okay quarterback as opposed to needing to have the Patrick Mahomes type. Brock Purdy is the definition of that, right? It's the definition of that. He'll never be Patrick Mahomes, but God, he's a winner. That's for sure. She wants to turn the page, but yet they keep bringing it up. Yeah, of course, the media didn't ask questions about Kamala from 4 to 8 years ago. Didn't bring any of that up. Yeah. Do I think Trump will still win the election? That's a great question, Ross. I mean, you see the numbers of people that attend his events. Thousands and thousands of people attend his rallies. There's so much support for Trump. And there's a lot of people, I think, that don't want to admit in public that they're actually going to vote for him, right? There's a stain on that kind of opinion, like I'm going to vote for Trump. No, I'll just keep it quiet. I won't say anything. But they're actually going to vote for Trump. And I think Trump is going to get a lot of votes, a lot more votes than it's being shown in any of the polls. We're still almost 2 months away. A lot can happen between now and then. But right now, I would still say, despite last night's debate, that Trump is still probably going to win. Possible to say no matter what, it's going to be close. Yep. And I think what last night showed is, with obviously the good coaching that Harris got. I mean, all of her hand movements, right, and face movements. And it's like anytime Trump would say something was questionable, she'd like turn toward him with this look like, kind of thing. It was obvious that was all coached. She was certainly a much better debater than Biden was. If Biden had still been the nominee, it wouldn't be a question that Trump was going to win. But now it is looking more like a toss-up. And that's the other thing. Trump has said,
Hey, yo, cheers, everybody. Cheers. Cheers. Beautiful. Yo, definitely cheers. Hell yeah.
a national ban on abortions. It goes back to the states. He says the federal government should not make that decision. The way the United States is created as a republic, the individual states have the ability to make their own laws on certain things that should be done on the state level. And that was Trump's way of wanting to get rid of Roe versus Wade by appointing justices to the Supreme Court, right, and send it back to the states because it's too divisive of an issue. And it continues to be, and people still don't get that about Trump's plan. And I see it. I mean, but yet the Democrats are still going to say Trump supports a national abortion ban, but they're lying because they know that's not what it is, but yet they say it. Even Trafalgar said Trump lost. Again, it depends on what your interest is in. Is it? I think there were good and bad on both sides. Harris got a little more of a post-debate push than Trump, so maybe she won in that regard. But she didn't talk about economic policies going forward. All she talked about was how she was going to help the lower to middle class. Like, how though? And how are you going to pay for it? Didn't talk about that. I don't think it'll change a thing. Ultimately, if the US wants a radically different direction from the president, it has to vote Trump. And again, that's the thing with a country that is so split between the left and the right. It's tough. Wages haven't kept up. That's right. Yeah, that's true. Trump did grow up in a wealthier family. Taylor Swift endorsed Harris. That's right. No surprise there. I like Tim Walz. I like him more than Kamala Harris. I think he's the speeches that I've seen, he's very enthusiastic. Some of his policies are a little too liberal for me. Again, I'm more independent in the middle. I believe in many Republican policies. I believe in many Democrat policies. And he's just a little bit too liberal overall on average, but I like him. The whole coach thing, the whole idea that he's not wealthy. He's not, even now, as governor of Minnesota, he's not wealthy. he hasn't done the Nancy Pelosi thing of like doing all these stock investments with insider information or any of that stuff. So I like him. Just too left leaning overall for my likes. Elon and the Taylor baby. I thought that was hilarious. That was a hilarious tweet today by Elon. That all, if people don't know, that all had to do with cat ladies, right? There's this ongoing thing about women who don't have children just become single, like cat owners. And then there's been a lot of like AI stuff, AI images that have been generated, all sorts of things with Taylor Swift, obviously. And I guess she posted one with holding a cat. And then that got Elon like to do this tweet about having Taylor's or helping Taylor have a baby or so. Anyway, it was all kind of funny. Hey, Wei, how are you? Cleveland should have kept Baker Mayfield. I agree, Low Roller. Mayfield's a winner. It's obvious. I mean, the guy can play. And this whole idea of going all in on Watson, knowing his past, that's pretty tough. You don't need a quarterback that bad to go and pay someone that much who has such a bad history of the way he treated people. Yeah, for the Brock Purdy. Yeah, pretty incredible. But that's just in the National Football League, you do have an opportunity through grit and hard work, stay injury free, and you continue to produce, you'll get your chances, particularly a quarterback, because quarterbacks get injured all the time. And backups can step in, they'll get a chance. And if they can play and they can produce, they'll continue to get more chances. And Brock Purdy is certainly one of those, was in the right place at the right time with a very good team around him, obviously. 49ers have one of the best teams. Yeah, they paid him way too much, but they felt like they needed to keep him. Trump will lose the popular vote. Maybe. All he needs are the electoral votes, though. You win the right states, you become president. Most Trump supporters despise Tim Walz. Well, of course they're going to. I kind of like the coach, though. Again, as a person, a lot of his policies I don't agree with. A lot of Trump fans here. Yep. Do we want a communist country? You know, that whole Marxist thing that Trump was talking about was kind of interesting with Harris and her beliefs. Would we really go that far? Again, a lot of stuff that she talks about needs congressional approval, and Congress won't approve that stuff. Trump went through it, 48 years ago. So now they're looking at, well, how much can you actually do with executive orders versus needing congressional legislation? Trump is somewhat moderate. Somewhat, I think, McLean. Economically, I think the country did much better between 2016 and 2020. Certainly, COVID put a wrench in things, the last year of his presidency. But if you were invested in stocks, the stock market was just record returns, just up, up, up. Economy was doing very well. And then it got all messed up with COVID. the whole idea of giving out stimulus checks, eventually we were going to have to pay for that. And I was talking about that back then. It's like, it's nice to have this money, but eventually it's going to catch up to us. And boy, did it. Inflation. Yeah, I mean, Harris did a lot better in last night's debate than she did 4 years ago in the Democrat primaries, where she didn't do very well. So maybe that was coaching. I mean, she took 5 days straight, solid, of preparing for this debate. So she obviously had a good team and did very well. Most people are fed up with some of those liberal policies. Trump has taken a strong stance on banning stuff. And that's one thing I do agree with too. I mean, I think that has all gone too far, those liberal views. I mean, you see it in schools, like all of the colored flags, and it's like, no, they should be American flags. We should be more patriotic in our schools and not just go too far with the equality thing, which is another one of the Harris things on the little bits of economic stuff we see, is that taxing more of the rich in order to give more to the poor and make everyone else, make it all equal. Well, that's the Marxist communist stuff coming out. That's what that is. That's why people are talking about, communist Kamala and all that stuff. Because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in all the handouts. I don't like that. Yeah, Joe just wasn't able to, he's just too old. He was really declining, and you could see it. You could see it. So. Dogecoin price by December. To here, it's still, my yearly price prediction is still in play. I made a price prediction video back on January 1st for price prediction for Dogecoin by the end of the year, and that is still in play. If you care about crypto, vote Trump, or you'll have unrealized gains taxes with Kamala in a country going towards communism. There are many who believe that. Now, I don't think, because that would be an act of Congress to do the unrealized gains, and Congress isn't going to pass that. Nancy Pelosi is not going to pass that, right? I mean, she makes a crap ton of money in the stock market. So she's not voting for a tax on unrealized gains. She's not going to support that. So I think that's just a Kamala talking point, again, to take money from the rich and give it to the poor. So that's the part of the communism thing that I don't like about her policies, is that part. More handouts. I don't like that. You should work for what you get. No matter what it is. It could be a little bit. It could be community service. I don't care. Do something. Don't just accept handouts for free. Yeah, it looks like Cleveland doesn't have a good team, low roller. It looks like, to me, they sacrificed too much to get Watson at too high of a price, and they lost too many other good people because of it. And people didn't want to be in Cleveland. In New England, we've got Alex Van Pelt now as our offensive coordinator, and he actually looks pretty good. And he was the Cleveland OC. So, yeah, Cleveland not looking so great. If Biden stayed Trump would win. I agree with that. Prior to COVID was better. Hey, life was great. Economy was great. Things were cooking. But, you know, stuff happens, right? Stuff happens in life. The COVID was a big one. You never got a COVID check? When you start taking stuff away from me, then that's a problem. Yeah, I agree with that. I got the stimulus checks. I put them right into the markets. I wasn't going to say no, but I knew, again, talked about it at the time, that this is going to come back to bite us at some point in time. Wars and handouts. Yeah, there is that whole thing about the what Bobby Kennedy calls the neocons, right? So those are the big American war companies, right? The Raytheons and others that are making all of this weaponry. They want the good times to continue. They want the wars to continue. Trump is going to end all the wars, so they don't support Trump. They support the people who are going to be pushing for continuation of wars because they make a lot of money. Yeah, there is a lot of brainwashing too. It's out there, which is really sad, I think. Children can be very confused about things for many years. And if they're encouraged to make a bad decision, that will affect them the rest of their lives, which is very unfortunate. Hi, Olaf. Yeah, we talked crypto for an hour plus, and now we're just doing some post-debate politics stuff, just kind of for the fun of it, because we don't usually talk about politics here, and there's a few people hanging around here, so we're going to talk a little bit more. I saw that picture somebody had on X of a picture of Harris's earring next to some like off-the-shelf thing you can buy that's actually a transmitter. And they looked somewhat similar. Again, this is the whole conspiracy thing, right? Conspiracy theory that Kamala had earrings that were actually transmitting audio, and she was getting coached during the debate through her earrings. You gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. If Trump loses the election, what do Republicans do next? Well, that's someone will come up. Somebody always shows up. I mean, J.D. Vance, if he was going to be a 2028 candidate, he would have to probably change some of his beliefs and be a little bit more moderate on some key issues in order to have a chance of winning the vote, in my opinion. Somewhat similar, but not entirely. Yeah, but kind of close enough. Kind of close enough to make you think, was there really something going on there? Trump stayed after the debate to talk to people. Kamala didn't. Yeah, I didn't keep it on. I turned it off afterwards. I didn't really want to hear all that post stuff, but I thought it was interesting at the very beginning when Kamala actually walked up to Trump and shook his hand, because I didn't think Trump was going to do that with Kamala, because during the first debate, Trump and Biden didn't shake hands. But Kamala went right up to Trump. And then I heard this morning at the 9/11 ceremony in New York that they shook hands again. Again, I didn't see it, so I don't know if that was Kamala going up to Trump again, or did they mutually shake hands? What was that? I don't know. But I think Kamala was coached to do that. That's my guess, following the Biden thing. My guess is Kamala was pretty much told, you need to go up to Donald Trump, introduce yourself, and shake his hand. And she did. Republicans need to go back old-fashioned Bush. Yeah, there's really nobody, though. There's not a Reagan Bush kind of person right now in the Republican ranks that I can see. I mean, you saw the different candidates that were there this year. Not a strong group. Vivek was strong, but he just doesn't seem presidential to me. I don't know. Thoughts on the vaccine? I'm in the Bobby Kennedy boat on the vaccine. That it was improperly tested, came out too soon, was promised to do things that it wasn't made to do, and a few biotech companies made billions upon billions of dollars at the expense of many people around the world. There's my thoughts. If Harris loses the elections, Democrats have a lot of options in 2028. I agree. I agree with that. And especially if you believe that the Democrats are actually led by people that are the puppeteers, right, behind the scenes, which many believe in the Biden presidency. It really wasn't, they really weren't Biden's agenda items. They were the Democratic Party's, and there were other people that were actually running the country and not Joe Biden. If you believe that, then sure, there's a lot of options for Democrats in 2028 that would do the same thing, fall right in line, get the party support. I don't know. I kind of think that the part that Donald Trump says about being a world leader, being able to go and meet other leaders of other countries and show strength and power as the leader of the country is more important. And that's where I think Trump has a better standing than Harris on that. Because we don't see Harris doing anything as a vice president on that side. So we agree political. Yeah, again, me, I'm like, I lean left on some things and I lean right on others, which is, I don't know, not always the best place to be. I still didn't know who I was going to vote for. I was kind of thinking I would vote for Bobby Kennedy just because he is more in line with his thoughts than either of the other two. But he's dropped out, so I agree on the vax. Not everyone needed to take it, kept getting tested, nothing was wrong. I know. That was tough. And there was this whole narrative out there about the vaccines would keep you from getting COVID. And that wasn't true. It wasn't true at all. What the vaccines were actually doing was limiting the severity of the illness in your body, is what it was doing. But it wasn't keeping you from getting it. And somehow it got out that this was going to keep you from getting it. And that wasn't true. And the booster thing, I agree. And particularly like employers who were mandating, their workers get the vaccine. That was pretty tough. New research on the vaccine shows there are really strange self-assembling artifacts, peer-reviewed. A lot we didn't know. It just was made too soon, particularly the mRNA vaccine by Moderna. mRNA being this new approach to vaccines. We don't know what the long-term effects are. Have no idea. But Moderna made a crap ton of money. Yeah, don't ask questions. A woman president, I mean, there have been women leaders of many other countries around the world, some good, some not so good. It's kind of a mixed bag. But last night, I mean, Kamala did very well in the debate. She talked strong. I mean, she has this whole, DA, approach, experience behind her. So she knows when to be tough. She can be tough. She just hasn't shown it as a vice president. She hasn't done anything. So, yep. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, A-star. And I'm going to get into that, Roz. Yeah. Personal choice. Remember what happened to, who was the tennis player? Novak Djokovic, right? He wouldn't get the vaccine, and so he was disallowed from playing in many tournaments because he wouldn't get the vaccine. Remember that? Whew. Now looking back on it, it was like Novak was right. And good for him for taking that personal stand. But God, what he went through, that was pretty tough. Well, it was nice chatting a little bit about politics. Don't normally do that. But following the debate, it was on a lot of people's minds. Of course, crypto was not mentioned. All the people who were putting polls out on X Twitter before the debate, asking if Bitcoin, crypto were going to be talked about during the debate. I was like, no, they're not going to talk about crypto. There's so many other things to talk about. They're not going to talk about crypto. It's still pretty much a niche kind of thing that, yeah, of course crypto wouldn't be mentioned. It was just like, that was so dumb. But the people who are putting those polls up are the people who are content creators on X, right? And so they're getting paid by engagement. So the more people that vote in their poll, the more money they get. So they put out these stupid polls all the time. So yeah, there was that. Of course, crypto wasn't going to be mentioned. And because of the appearance that Harris outperformed Trump, we had kind of this dump in the market. Yeah, but this morning, it pretty much traded almost all the way back up. Bitcoin same. So there you go. All right, I will see you all on Friday. Friday will be my last live stream for a while because next week I will be on vacay, will not be around. Gonna have some fun next week. So
right? And there you go. So there is what we're looking at locally. Again, I'll just kind of keep those levels up there if you want to mark them out while we move on. Those are the local levels. Again, if we come down to the POC, these are kind of the levels that I am going to be interested in for a potential long position. Again, why am I looking for longs on the way down? Very simply put, back to market cipher. The 4-hour money flow is continuing up. If that indicates the longer-term trend and this wave comes into the green, we are going to be looking for higher lows and higher highs. Again, not off to 100K. We have that 61 to 62K key level of resistance that we must get past. But I think if we get that money flow crossover and we see it play out, we could easily get up to at least 59 to 60K. So there you go. Let's see. Shout out to Tony D said older, right? Yeah, shout out to Tony D. Yes, I believe it was a little while back. All right, let's go ahead and continue on. Yeah, shout out to What's Crypto said the Lux Algo breaker blocks with signals is very good. Yeah, the cool thing about Lux Algo is you get a ton of stuff. If you get the premium, you get the price actions concepts, which comes with a ton of different stuff. I don't want to turn this into a full commercial here, but this is just super helpful, right? Especially if you're new to trading, and you're like it could teach you market structure if you're looking at the price actions concepts. You can look at order blocks for support and resistance. You could look at your liquidity grabs. It can mark out liquidity grabs for you. So if you're if you're a fan of swing failure patterns like I am, you could kind of have this indicator on, which will show you when there is a likely liquidity grab. It will highlight those wicks in yellow. As you can see here, if you have an SFP, it kind of marks out that SFP for you, which is super, super, super helpful, right? So you can look here. You see this wick extended to the right, price comes down, closes the candle above, you get a little liquidity grab, little push to the upside. Again, you wouldn't want to just trade these as signals, but it's really nice to have this stuff marked out, especially if you already understand the concept of something like a swing failure pattern. But again, they have liquidity trend lines, liquidity grabs, they have automatic trading patterns, fair value gaps, you could turn on the breaker blocks, all that good stuff. And again, if you guys wanted to just taste some of this stuff for free, just search Lux Algo in your indicators, and they have over 150 free indicators, right? Like if you look at this, these are all free. If you do not see a red lock or a green lock next to any of these names, they're free. Look at all these free. These are the only 3 paid ones, and look at all these free ones. And these are not like BS free indicators. A lot of these are useful. Look how many of them that I have starred, right? A lot of these are very, very, very useful. So yeah, there you go. They have like infinite free indicators that are very useful, and I do believe that they do have a price action. I believe they do have a price actions concept free version. I'm not gonna go. Yeah, Lux Algo. Yeah, I mean, they have a ton of free ones that can help you see similar things, right? Like it's marking out this little liquidity grab. I mean, they have a ton of really good stuff. Highly recommend them. So go check them out. But let's go ahead and continue on, guys. Shout out to Flamehead. Will BTC retest 58K now? Let's see. Stop making my BTC go down. Just saying. Shout out to Greg. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of hard to say if we're going to break 58K right now. Again, I am really just going to be looking at this as a range. As long as we remain in this volume profile, we could look for this to continue down. But again, because of the way money flow looks on the 4-hour, money flow coming to the upside, I will be interested in long positions on the way down. So as we pull back, I will simply be looking, again, based off the 4-hour money flow, we could potentially look for long positions, right? So yeah, there you go. Just looking at the volume profile for those local levels. All right, let's see. Yo, shout out to Jenny Swanson. Someone from Lux Algo's your baby daddy. Yo, shout out to Jenny. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know what that means. I don't know if you're joking or not. I mean, it might be true. Who knows? I mean, people have babies, and those babies have dads. But anyway, shout out to Jenny. Let's see. Okay, so with all that being said, guys, that's what I'm looking at on Bitcoin. Hopefully tomorrow we're not sitting at the same. It's like literally, like here we are, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 57 to 58K. Yesterday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 57 to 58K. Monday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll probably do something like this. And then we'll go live again, and we'll just be sitting right here. I'm just kidding. But there you go, guys. That's what I'm looking at on Bitcoin. The local levels, the macro levels. Again, the macro remains exactly the same. 3 days very bearish. Locally, though, the 4-hour looks like it could continue up. So keeping an eye on that. You guys have all the local resistance levels to the upside, as well as that key $60,000 to $62,000 level we must get past. But I will say, the 3-day money flow is not saying that 100K is incoming. So unless we get some kind of bullish black swan event, I would anticipate in the long term, even if we get a little bit of a pump up here, this is going to feel really bullish if this happens. But until that 3-day money flow comes back up, I am going to be looking at that as a potential lower high and a continuation down. Same thing as here for the breaker structure down. Same thing here for the retracement on the Fibonacci 786 golden pocket zone for the move down. Same thing here for the 786 retracement, and so on and so forth, right? Like all these drops have been predicted by the Fibonacci retracement, as well as money flow helping us understand the direction on where price was going to go. So shout out to Market Cypher for that as well. Money flow is absolutely goated. All right, let's see. Shout out to Bling. I think that's what that says. Says next week we will be higher. I hope so. Not for my $40,000 long that I want to get back into. But yeah, I hope we pump. But it's just very hard to say. And remember, this 2-day green dot, again, would anticipate, I would say, I do think we can continue higher. But we really got to get above that 62.3 level in order to really start calling for the top of this range and potentially beyond. And at that point, if it's an if this then that statement, trading is an if this then that statement, right? If we get up, let's just say, if we do get up to that 63 or 62.3 level, right about here, and we flip it, right? At that point, I would say, hey, come back over here, right? I'll just pull up the current range, right? If we do flip this level, which is 62.3, and we start getting above this, then we could potentially start opening our eyes to $67,000 POC. However, if the money flow in the higher time frames is not looking good, right? If it's still not curving up or getting a fake out into the green, we have to be very, very careful around that lower high zone, right? Because again, just like back here, nobody wanted to look lower. People were very mad that we were looking lower, but what happened? You get the drops down anyway. I just bring the information, guys. I don't want it to go down. I hope we get above here, and then we yeet up to the value area high and off to 100K. But I have no interest in coming here and saying that we're going to 100K if I don't think we are or the charts aren't calling for it. So I do think we will go higher. Just got to be careful. Like, really, 62,350 is the absolute pinnacle level of resistance to break. So there we go. You heard it here first, baby. Up only LFG. Shout out to VW John. Let's go. Shout out to Bling says, don't hate the messenger, hate the game. Don't hate the player, to hate the game. Shout out to Bling, bro. But let's see. SNX, please, Frankie. Shout out to the Godfather. Guys, if you want to see your favorite, altcoins, drop them in the chat right now. Rob, a Crypto Stomp will count up the votes and let us know what we're looking at. How you doing today, Rob? Happy birthday, by the way. If you guys did not know, it is Rob's birthday. Let's go. Let's see. Golden Pocket next week, then rate cut and down BTC. Yikes. Yeah, we'll have to see. I wouldn't disagree with that too much. But yeah, drop those altcoins right now, guys. Real quick, I will take a look at Ethereum first here. We took a look at Ethereum yesterday, which again was in the same exact place. So yeah, yesterday, again, yeah, same exact thing. Frankie Candle's live stream. It's almost like Frankie Candles is pushing the price up here. But yeah, other than that, I would probably be looking as of right now. Oh, this is Bitcoin. Wait, what is going on here? Hold up. Ethereum. Yeah, I mean, still in the same spot here, right? Sitting above that PLC and monthly, as long as we remain, man, this is wild. This is like super boring, to be honest. Like every day, like Ethereum's just doing the same, like it's always doing the same thing right on this live stream. Do something. Go up, go down. I don't even care at this point. But yeah, we held the value area low, got the move above the POC value area monthly, right? As long as we remain above this zone, I mean, I'll even mark this out, right? This is kind of your key level of support. If you lose this blue zone of support, I will say, bada boom, bada bing, right? If we lose this support zone between 2280 and 2244, I would go ahead and say that is where you're looking down towards probably this 2148 level at the value area low and potentially beyond. Other than that, hopefully we hold above this. If we continue up, fresh daily levels sitting here, as well as your fib levels. I'll pull the Golden Pocket 786 retracement. Golden Pocket daily level sitting right here between 2427 and 2452. And then that value area high sitting up here at 2560. These are the next levels. If we continue up, I do think that this is going to be the next likely place of resistance. Get above that 786, looking at that value area high. So there you go. VWAP coming down on the 12 hours. So that's the one thing, even on Bitcoin here, guys, I will say earlier today, as we were getting the pullback, right? As I was sitting in that short, I'll be honest, although we were looking, it's actually pretty funny. It's like I was in the short, and as we were hitting the anchored VWAP here, let me actually hide some of this stuff. As we were hitting the anchored VWAP down here on Bitcoin and starting to get a little bit of a bounce, that is the anchored profile. Come on, anchored VWAP. There we go. Right, as we were hitting this anchored VWAP with that 30-minute bull div, right? Not the only reason we were looking for the long. Like I said, there were some other stuff here on the order flow that was making me look for the move up. However, I was in the short at this point, right? Saying like, hey, this might not be a bad TP as well as a potential long opportunity. And I'll be honest, I was more anticipating this to be based off very specific things. I was anticipating this to be more of a lackluster retracement, which again, not that we can't come back down, but based off of the 8-hour red dot and the 30-minute money flow crossing over into the red as we were getting that dump, I was looking for this to continue down potentially. Again, was also looking for the long, but I didn't know we were going to pump up this hard. And what happened? The 8-hour just got the VWAP flip, right? That 8-hour kind of just like pulled us down, and then we just wound up ripping back to the upside, getting the red dot immediately stepped on by the green dot, and we wound up pumping a little harder than I would have thought. With that being said, one thing I do want to point out here locally, I know we're looking higher based off the 4-hour money flow, but if we get a bigger move down, I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm looking for, and it's going to be this 12-hour red dot with our 45-minute money flow crossing over into the red, right? This 45-minute money flow is starting to cross over. Another reason why I expected this short hit TP1. But I wouldn't have been shocked if we saw it get a bigger move down based off that money flow crossing over into the red as we saw the 12-hour VWAP coming down. Remember, 12-hour red dot, 45-minute money flow crossover oftentimes gives us the bigger move down. But that 12-hour red dot is still potentially on the way. Yeah, 10-hour VWAP flip. It's a little rough, right? Yeah, you're just getting these VWAP flips consistently. But yeah, the nenext 12 and 16-hour red dots, if we could get those, I would watch the 45 and 1-hour money flow. Because if that money flow crosses over into the red on the 45-minute and 1 hour with the 12-hour red dot and 16-hour red dot, that might be able to give us a bigger move down. But other than that, 44-hour money flow crossover into the green is why I'd be looking to the upside. But either way, you guys have all the key levels to the downside and the upside, so you'll be able to be ready when we approach those levels. But yeah, just wanted to point that out because it's very similar on Ethereum. 12-hour looking for the red dot. Right? What's that 45-minute money flow doing? It's already in the red, right? Do we have any blood diamonds or anything like that? Not really. Kind of hard to say. I will be like, locally, it's a little hard to say just because of the VWAP flips happening, right? Like I said this morning, that 8-hour red dot, 30-minute money flow on Bitcoin looked like we would very easily continue down, but then they just skirted right back up and the red dot got stepped on. So, 12 and 16-hour red dots, I would think if you're going to get a bigger move down, or even if it's to the value area low here, I do think that's going to be the thing that gives you the move, especially with the 1-hour money flow kind of in the red, 45-minute money flow also in the red. Again, lower time frames are still just very choppy, to be quite honest. I've been talking about this for a while. Like, that short played out beautifully, right? Shorted up here. Actually, I was short from up here. Kind of got the retracement, finally got the bigger move down. But even then, just got the next rip to the upside. Still very choppy here. But yeah, those are the key levels on Ethereum. Just all remains the same as yesterday, unfortunately. Let's see. Bada boom, bada bing. I liked the like. Do I get a cookie? Shout out to Bullish on Parade. You get 2 cookies, bro. Shout out to you. By 2 cookies, I mean 1, 2. Yeah, we'll give you. I don't know. We'll give you this, bro. Let's go. Shout out to Bullish on Parade. Why does the money fall like lead here? Those blue strips be heavy. But anyway, let's continue on here. Shout out to Mr. T Crypto said, hit them likes, people. We're going for 550 likes on tonight's live stream. If we can get 550 likes, I will. I don't know. I'll show some calves. Can we get some likes for some calf? I'll show some calf here. Shout out to Biomax. I think he shared a picture of my calf in the Discord yesterday, but I'll just show it live here on stream. A little bit of calf, baby. Oh, yeah. There it is, baby. There it is. Quick and simple. I had the shoes on. I couldn't show it yesterday because I had the dogs out. Shout out to Rob the Crypto Sound said, pin my next comment. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to K Diggity dropping those calf emojis. Let's go. Thank you for that, Rob. We got the altcoins for the night. I'll go ahead and replace the pinned message. But real quick, guys, I will take a quick look at Solana. And actually, I do believe, do I have it saved here? Yeah, so there are actually two major areas that I'm looking at on Solana. So let me pull this up real quick. So yeah, this is the major volume profile that I'm looking at. Obviously, we got our move down here. You know, we got to understand how we got to where we are before we understand where we're going, right? We have the lower lows on our price action, higher lows on the momentum waves, gave us that bullish divergence into that key level of support, giving us that little bounce up here. But for the most part, this is the major range with your value area low sitting at 123.51, POC sitting at 143.83, and then you have 166.93 as your value area high. Now, I will say, 4 hour looking somewhat interesting, right? Like, still coming up here, right? You got a little wonk to the downside here, but, you know, money flow is technically still trending to the upside. This VWAP does not look super saucy. Do like to see those VWAPs kind of like scoot to the upside or curve to the upside. This one's kind of like inverted. So I'll be honest, like, money flow looks pretty good for the continuation. And if we look at this, right, I talk all the time about how I like to front run the money flow in Market Cipher B, right? And the way that I do this is by anticipating when these bear divs or bull divs will form, which does two things. It allows us to understand not only where we could potentially look for a short, right? So if I'm looking at this and I'm saying, hey, if we get a pump up here and we put in a lower high on the momentum waves and we get that price to push up to a key level of resistance, that allows us to give us an opportunity to look for a short, right? Because we could say, hey, if price comes up to that level and this 4 hour bullish bearish divergence prints, then I could look for a potential pullback, maybe scout that move to the downside for some quick profit. But what this also does is it enables you to potentially look for the move up, right? Because if I think that bear div is going to print here, then what are we going to need? We're going to need that higher high, right? Which could call for that pump to the upside. So not only can you sit on your hands and wait for the potential short opportunity, but you could also go to a lower time frame and try to snipe that long, right? Now, again, I would prefer to be long from the value area low and already be in a position here. But I will say, if that money flow crosses over into the green, and that's a big if we do, shout out to Tony D, said trade with the Mafia on Femex. Yeah, if you guys are looking for a place to trade, I highly recommend Femex or Blowfin. Links in the description down below. But I will say this: I don't know if I could say anything about this, but I'll just say, like, Femex has got some really exciting stuff coming. Really, really exciting. I've been, like, low key wishing for this thing to happen, and I think this thing is gonna happen, and it's gonna be the coolest thing ever. So I'll just say that Femex right there. Link also in the description. Just saying. Shout out to Femex. I don't want to say anything more. Anyway, but speaking of Femex, I am going to be on a Femex Twitter space or X space tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time, with our boy Tom Crown. Shout out to Tom Crown, by the way. I'm going to be on that Femex Twitter space with him tomorrow. So yeah, tune in if you guys see that. All right, let's see. Shout out to Jenny, said Femex has really high fees. Check out Blowfin. I always say this. I see the trading fees as a cost of doing business, right? You know, if you're not using super high leverage, you can also try to use limit orders to avoid the fees, or not avoid the fees, but keep lower fees. But yeah, I just always see it as a cost of doing business. But yeah, you can check out Blowfin if those fees are too high. Yeah, MEXC has the MEXC KYC'd, unfortunately. So it's not available in all areas. But yeah, MEXC also has very low fees. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have access to them right now. But yeah, shout out to MEXC. But yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and continue on. Let's see. Sauce and Veal. Shout out to Bullish on Parade, bro. You're crazy. You're crazy, bro. Eugene Sky says my crystal ball says 70K. We break that 62.3 level. I'll probably be looking for 70K as well. But we got to break that 62.3 level first. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on here. Yeah, so money flow continues up. I do think Solana can get that move back to the upside, but I'll give you some local levels here as well. So that's kind of the macro range. Again, like, local chop probably going to be very likely here. You know, like, very hard to say what's going to happen in the short term here. But this is going to be kind of the macro range that I'm looking at. However, some local levels I'm looking at, probably going to be this local volume profile, right? If we can get stuck under this value area low. We've already gone to the POC, but this value area low is also going to be a pretty key level. And if we pull our golden pocket here, you can see there is some kind of support down here on that golden pocket. Value area low confluence, right? We have a daily level down there as well. You do have a daily level here on your you do have a daily level. Whoops. You do have the daily level here on your daily level here on right on your 786. Let me re-pull that fib. Bada boom. So you have your 786 daily level. Bada boom. There we go. If we get the move back down, if we continue back down to the bottom of the range, golden pocket, 786 daily are going to be the levels I would be looking at. Again, short term, this would kind of be where I'd expect the chop to happen. And then let me actually grab all this, drop it into the group. And then other than that, larger value area is going to be sitting up here between 123.51 and 163.93. Other than that, money flow is all looking the same as Bitcoin. So there you go. Bada boom, bada bing. I have a lasagna joke, but it's too cheesy. Hey, shout out to Bullish on Parade. Bing bong. Let's go, bro. Somebody give this guy a trophy. Bullish on Parade. That was good, bro. That was good. It's okay. I just said the Bullish on Parade. I said the just before I gave Mrs. Candles the old beans, the magical fruit joke. So if that's not the daddiest of all dad jokes / like one of the most unfunny, oldest played out jokes in the history of Earth, leave it to me to tell to Mrs. Candles. My goal in life is to embarrass Mrs. Candles, especially in public. She's like, don't say toot in public. Too funny. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue on here. I love played out jokes. Yeah, shout out to Shekel. Yeah, played out jokes are the best. Absolutely. Bullish on Parade said, my dad owns a GTR. Yo, I'm gonna drop the link to that video after the live stream. I'm gonna drop the link to that video in the chat because it is absolutely hilarious. Maybe we'll just play it. Hopefully, we don't get copyrighted. K Diggity said, Wick, don't hit on me. Shout out to Wick. Hey, Wick out there hitting on the mafia. Let's see. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue on. And take a look at Jasmine is going to be the next one on the list. Let's check it out. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to see if I can get Mrs. Candles. Let me see if I can get Mrs. Candles to bring me up some agua, some regular water. Shout out to Dark Crash. But yeah, let's pull up Jasmine real quick. Hello, Mrs. Candles. Is there any way that you could potentially bring me a drink of regular water? Not Aztecian and Cactus Moss water, just regular water. I don't have any up here, but I also, the Mafia wants to know if you were embarrassed when I made the beans, the magical fruit joke in public. Okay, you're always embarrassed by me. All right, got it. Well, if you could bring that water up, I would love you forever. Okay, all right. Beans, magical. Oh, she hung up on me. Anyway, she said she's always embarrassed by me, guys. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue on here. Taking a look at Jasmine. Bada boom, bada bing. I'm going to go ahead and clear Jasmine real quick. Clear it out. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to pull this range. Go ahead and extrapolate that to the right. Bada boom. There she is, Mrs. Candles with a fresh water bottle. Let's go. Guys, look at Mrs. Candles' water bottle. I mean, this is 3 times the size of my head. Come on, let me smell it. Look at the size of this. This isn't even like the fact that this is shaped like a cup is hilarious. This is, guys, what? This is, you need to go to prison for that. I'm sorry. That is a felony right there. Look at mine. Mine's normal. Mine's a normal size. Shout out to Mrs. Candles. Anyway, let's continue on. We're getting distracted, guys. We're getting distracted. Drop those Mrs. Candles hands in the chat if you got them. Oh, we got a lot of green names in here today. So yeah, if you got those Mrs. Candles hands, go ahead and drop them in there. While I pull up these key Jasmine levels, the value area high, check that POC, check the value area low. Okay, so Yeah, let me pull some fibs here as well. Whoops. All right, there's the Mrs. Candle's hands. Let's go. That's huge. Shout out to Shekel Goblin. Yeah, that's a bigot. Literally. Shout out to Jenny Swanson. Said my dad has a GTR that will be passed. That will be mine one day when he passes. Shout out to Jenny. Is that true? Is that true? Should I really have a GTR? That's fire. If he does have a GTR, you should flex that on people. You should be like, my dad has a GTR. You'll win every argument. So like GTR is the only car that supercars are afraid of. Oh God, they are really sick. But anyway, let's see. Nothing wrong with kissing the homie goodnight. The homies goodnight. Shout out to Dark Crash. I don't know what that. Shout out to Dark Crash. Yo, we are off the rails right now. Shout out to Dark Crash. I don't know what that has to do with water, but shout out to Dark Crash. Thank you for keeping us hydrated here on the Frankie Candles YouTube channel. Okay, let's continue on. So, yeah, this is what I'm going to be looking at, right? Right now we're testing the POC. We've already come down, tested the low, back to the high. Never tested the low here. Let's see. I don't know why I'm in... Why are we in... There we go. I don't know why we were in full screen there. But, yeah, I will say... Yeah, 16-hour red dot. I mean, I do think if we get another move down, the 16 and 12-hour red dots are what to look for, right? Let's pull the fib. Yeah, I mean, let me just see something real quick. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of choppy. It's not really, there's nothing really screaming to me here. It's not speaking to me, guys. It's not speaking to me. Yeah, just kind of like wonky, gross price action. I don't like it. But yeah, 4-hour money flow in the green. If you do continue up, like I'll just give you the key levels of support and resistance because this is not very directional, if you will. Let's see, value area high, POC, value area low. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, I guess I can't label this one value area low. But yeah, that's what I would do. This is not a previous value area high. This is a regular value area high. There we go. Yeah, so we continue up. I would just look to respect this range, right? If we get the big drop down, value area low at 0.01596 is your key level of support. POC up to the value area high at 0.02353 is your key level of resistance. Other than that, I would look to remain inside this range. Shout out to Captain Kirk. Said yes, along with my steampunk octopus. Shout out to Captain Kirk. Shout out to the steampunk octopus. That sounds kind of dope. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to Mike. Said, what's Caspa's next move? Let's check it. Let's check Caspa real quick. Caspa going to zero, unfortunately. Yeah. By tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, tomorrow by 8:43 p.m. Zero. Right to jail. Right away. I'm just kidding, guys. But let's take a look here. Caspa. Zoom in here a bit. Let's get rid of these local levels. Yeah, I mean, just respecting the volume profile still. Key level of I don't know if I would be a key level of resistance. Yeah, 4 or 5 hour money flow. Be honest, like none of this stuff. Yeah, money flow crossover into the green. I will say if you continue up, I mean, you're already pretty much there, but 0.1688 is probably your next stop. If you break out from there, I'd probably be looking up towards this daily and weekly naked point of control sitting at about 19 cents. So if you did get a bigger move up, break this high, I do think that would be the logical level to look at. If you pull your fib from the high all the way down to the low, yeah, 786 daily naked point of control, daily and weekly naked point of control between 19 cents and 0.1944. So yeah, you've already tested the golden pocket. So like once you break about 0.178, about almost 18 cents, I do think that's probably going to be the next zone that you head for. Right? So if you do get a local move up, your goal is to flip this golden pocket and then get the move up to this next 19-cent level. And that's pretty much what I'd be looking at. 4-hour money flow crossovers happened. Can we see it play out? The only thing that's a little contradictory here are the 12 and 16-hour red dots. So like Are we going to see the 16 and 12 hour red dots bring us down before we get the 4 hour money flow to continue us up? Kind of hard to say. But yeah, it's a little hard to say. But those are the levels I'd be looking at. Your key level to break is about 18 cents. Key level of support sitting down here at 0.1588. And then you have the larger volume profile down below supporting you. Otherwise, hang on. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. Those are relevant. Get rid of this local range. Let's see. Come on. Bada boom. Hey, I'm surprised this fan has been off. Mrs. Candles has turned off the fan here. Come on. Dang. I'm pretty sure that camera's about to pass out. But we're good. Okay. So, yeah. I'm actually going to pull this larger profile. This is going to make a little bit more sense. This is like a little bit more of a sensible volume profile. These are your key levels on Caspa. Bada boom. Yeah, so those are the next two major targets, I would say. If you break above the POC, right, this just makes a lot more sense looking at it in this context. Bada boom, bada bing. There we go. So, yeah, if you get above this POC, I would look to move up into the golden pocket value area high, break above that, probably looking at that 19-cent level. And that is if the 4 hour money flow decides to play out. However, if that 12 and 16 hour VWAP comes down and gives you the red dot here, I would expect a little pullback first, in which case I personally, kind of hard to say which fib I would want to look at here, but yeah, I would probably look at this as a key level of support. All right, so that's kind of the levels that I'd be looking at on Caspa. So there you go. Maybe a little short-term pullback before coming back up into these zones. That's kind of what I would expect. But remember, anything could happen. Kind of hard to call right now. No way! No way! Yo, DMB Smurf, I'm not going to lie. I straight up thought you were trolling. I thought you were trolling when I first saw that, bro. No way did that just die. Unbelievable. Mrs. Candles, guys, I'm going to have to take I'm taking Mrs. Candles to court. Unbelievable. This is damaging the company. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. Shout out to Mrs. Candles. I cannot believe that. She left the fan off, and I was just saying, I was like, as I was drawing that TA, I was like, something feels off right now. And I'm like, it sounds really quiet. It just seems super quiet. And then I realized the fan was off. And I must have gotten it to a second too late. A second too late. Unbelievable. Mrs. Candles, you're fired as the studio cleaner. I'm just kidding. I can't fire her, guys. I'd be lost without Mrs. Candles. Low key. High key. All right, let's see. I have a 1994 Integra with a B18C1 forged internals and a big turbo, 700 horsepower. Jenny Swanson. Are you capping? Because that's lit. If you actually do have that, does that big turbo stick to is what I want to know. Is that big turbo sound like this? Tell me if that big turbo sounds like this. Tell me if the big turbo sounds like that. Anyway, I wish you guys could see how I just made that noise. If you guys could see the camera right now, you'd be cracking up. Anyway, guys, I have a blow-off valve in my office. But anyway, continuing on. Shout out to Jenny. Oh God. I hope you're telling the truth, because if that's true, that's legendary. That's legendary. Yo, shout out to Crypto. Crypto Sharknado said W blow-off valves. Oh yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a Supra. I do have one. It makes a nice spooling noise. Okay, I like it. Ain't nothing like the Supra Stu-to-do, though. If you know, you know. Anyway, so there we go. That's what we're looking at on Caspa, guys. Let's go ahead and move on to ICP. See if we can get this camera back on in a second. Frankie got a new camera, a new chair, and a new camera. Yo, let's go. We need to race Jenny. What do you got? The Emperor, what do you got? I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of got the itch. I used to be really like way more into cars. When I have more time. But I'm not gonna lie. I've been on car YouTube recently, and I'm getting dragged back down the car rabbit hole. Maybe somewhat soon here. Shout out to Dave Digital tuning in. Says bing bong. Shout out to Dave. What is going on, bro? Welcome in. Yeah, he's got a 1993 Civic EG Turbo. Oh God, he's got the laptop in the passenger seat. Oh God, shout out to those. Shout out to the Civics out there. You know, the scary Civics. Bullish on Parade. GTR. Yeah, GTR would be dope. All right. Let's go. What you got, a K-swap? Yo, you guys are crazy. Yo, Mafia. We should do a Mafia card meet, I think is what we should do. Should we do a... Oh, God, yeah. Shout out. Let's continue on, guys. We got to move on with the TA here. We're going to have to make a second channel for cars. I feel like there might be a good turnover there, or a good crossover. But anyway, taking a look at ICP or ICPA, as some people like to say. And I will just point out, where are we getting the bounce from, guys? Right from the value area low. But this is kind of somewhat, I mean, not irrelevant, but I will just kind of remove those levels. I will get rid of this volume profile. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Obviously, ICP was absolutely ripping yesterday. Yo, shout out to Crypto Sharknado, said Tom Crown's going to lose his mind when Litecoin finally starts moving. Yeah, I probably will too. Shout out to Dave Digital, said hashtag lurkin, said leaving the gym on my way home, week 44, day 2 complete. Shout out to Dave Digital. Shout out to Dave. I'll just say this, guys. When I start going back to the gym, nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to know. Or nobody's going to know. I'm not going to tell anybody. As a matter of fact, maybe I am going to the gym. Nobody knows. Not even Tony D will know. Not even Mrs. Candles might not even know. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to let the Mafia find that out. I'm just going to be on camera. People like, yo, Frank, you looking swole? Are you going back to the gym? I'm be like, oh, yeah, I've been going back to the gym for 6 months now. But I'm not going to talk about it. I think there's something to talking about it early that will kill the ambition. Not the ambition, but kill the consistency. If you go, we will know. Exactly. Shout out to Dave. That's why, you don't ever want to, I don't like bringing that stuff up, right? Because if you say I'm going back to the gym and people start to notice like, hey, this guy's still not looking swole, they're going to know. They're going to know that you weren't going. But shout out to Dave Digital. Dave's been absolutely crushing it. But yeah, let's take a look here, right? We looked at ICP yesterday, guys. I'll be honest, like a lot of this stuff remains exactly the same. Like this might be the most boring 6 months of price action I've gone through since I've had the channel. But this is the next area of balance. Very simply put, right? You have balance, imbalance, back to the area of balance. Once we get the next breakout, if we continue up, very simply put, the next area to look for is to come back into this previous value area. And then we have an opportunity to break above some key levels to get a much bigger move to the upside, breaking into that higher volume profile, looking for that bigger move, potentially up back into the $12 to $14 level. But to be quite honest with you, next local zone is going to be sitting here between 941 and 1016. So there you go. Can we get this, let's see, can we get this camera back on? Come on, camera. Come on. Oh, there we are. Let's go. All right, let's continue on. So yeah, very simply put, next key level, between 943 all the way up to 1015. I will say the 1015 is probably going to be pretty strong resistance. This is the full golden pocket retracement. We've already tested that. But if we do come back up into this zone, maybe we kind of wiggle around. Once you flip that golden pocket, I will be looking up towards the 786. Flip that 786. Look up to the POC and value area high. That's what I'd be looking at on ICP. Same thing we looked at yesterday. But I will be clear. I will be honest. 12 and 16 hour looks like we could potentially cool off a little bit before we get another move up. All right, let's see. Yo, shout out to Wick 589 said, if I was a camera, I'd totally run hot staring at Frankie for 2 hours as well. Shout out to Wick 589, bro. Flatter me. Shout out to Wick. Okay. Let's see. Yo, shout out to Mark Tudge said, why on earth is this chat on slow-mo while Frankie talks in 2x speed, 2x the speed of light? Yeah, I do talk fast. This is me. You meet me in real life. I talk this fast. All right, let's see. K Diggity said, when Frankie hits 1 million subscribers, he's going to get a new chair, new camera, and a new microphone. I'll be honest. This microphone does take a beating. I creepily fondle this thing. I mean, you guys know. Anyway, that's ICP. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Link. I will take a look at Arweave. I see people shouting out Arweave in the chat. We will take a look at it for the Mafia. But I'll take a quick look at Link here. Still just banging its head on that value area low, looking to get above to move back in. I mean, yeah, super boring. This is like brutal. This is like, it's just so wonky and boring. So, I mean, key level to break above here, to be quite honest, is 1075 or 1074. Get above 1074, maybe, just maybe, you can get a move up to 1160, right? Nothing too crazy. But yeah, that's kind of like the doorway to higher prices, right? Just like it was here, break above the low, you get the bigger move up. But to be quite honest, like, this is like not as important of a value area in my opinion, right? Like if you get above that, the real value area I'd be targeting is this, right? You see the big breakout, you reject there. I would really be looking to get inside this value area. Let me do this. Let me get some new levels here. Get rid of this. Bada boom. Don't forget TradingView tutorial out now. TradingView beginner's guide. Anybody who might be new looking to master TradingView, check that out. And let me go ahead and turn off the macro value area. Turn off the macro value area and mark out the local value area. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of more what I would look at, right? Like, this is more tangible. Instead of, like, looking for these, like, little micro moves, oh, my God, you can break it to $11. Like, instead of looking at that, let's look at the bigger levels, right? Very simply put, I mean, this is very similar to Bitcoin, right? You're holding the golden pocket 786 zone. As long as you remain above this, right, I would say, you could potentially call for higher prices, right? You hold the higher low. If you continue up, the next key level of resistance is simply going to be this value area low sitting at 1263. POC sitting at 1426, and your value area high sitting at 1756. So, yeah, that's what I'd look for, right? I mean, as far as your 4 hours concerned, VWAP starting to come up. Nice little trigger wave potentially forming here, right? Money flow coming up, VWAP coming up, trigger wave forming. Could call for that move up. But I will say, right, like if you were going to look for that, yeah, I mean, the next real level, I mean, you could pull your local fib. You could pull your local fibs from the high all the way down to the low. 786, golden pocket, right? So this would be somewhat kind of local, in between resistance, right? So if you do get the bigger move up, I'd be careful around this Fibonacci retracement. But other than that, you're looking to flip that value area low at 1266 for the bigger move up. Very simply put. So there you go. That's what I'd be looking at on ICP. As far as the high time frames, again, I will say, like, a lot of this stuff on the higher time frame still doesn't look good. Weekly green dot, 6-day green dot, sure, that can give you a move up, but the money flow is not pointing very, very. If you wanted to call for a bigger move up here, guys, it would very simply be you would want to see money flow curving up, right? This is what you want to see for a massive move. This, what we have actually, is what you see before you get one of those, right? A lower high and a continuation down. So I would be very careful, but those are the next levels I'd be looking at. We'll see if locally we can at least get a little bit of a continuation up here. Let's see. Shout out to Asuna. I don't know if I butchered that or not. That says, sorry, I'm new here. I didn't know I need to pay to analyze an altcoin. Shout out to Asuna. You don't need to pay. Definitely don't need to pay for us to look at an altcoin. But yeah, you just got to drop your favorite altcoins in the chat, and Rob the Crypto Stomp will count out the votes and let us know what we're looking at. Let's see. All right, let's continue on here. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Oh, shout out to Asuna. We already looked at Jasmine. You could scroll back a little bit earlier in the what is this thing called? Live stream. We already took a look at Jasmine. I gave you all the key levels. You can go ahead and take a look at that. Just scroll back until you see Jasmine. All right, let's go ahead and check out synthetics. Take a look at the Bybit chart. Fresh. Maybe not. Take a look at the Binance chart. I'm going to go ahead and clear this. I'm going to pull up all the key levels. We're going to do a full analysis here. Take a look at the monthly. Actually going to change the settings here real quick. Number of rows, bada boom. Okay, so we got a monthly MPOC, which we've just barely front ran here. Go ahead, monthly MPOC. Monthly MPOC. I'll just give those relevant ones. Pull up the weekly. Okay, so yeah, we got a weekly NPOC here. That's pretty close. Got another one right up here. And another one right up here. Okay. So I'll tell you what. I would take a look. Do we have Confluence here? Oh, baby. All right, so this is what I look at. Weekly MPOC. If you get a move back down here, I will say. Weekly, whoops, come on. Weekly MPOC. Golden Pocket 786. I don't know if you're going to be lucky enough to get the move all the way back down there, but if you were, I would probably look at this, right? If you do get a pullback, I would potentially be looking for longs down here. Very simply put. Yeah, other than that, I mean, I'll be honest. Weekly MPOC up here. Yeah, so like if we were to, let's pull up the 4 hour. You know, it's kind of hard, right? Because like it's kind of hard to pull this profile. Yeah, these are the key levels I'd look at, right? So key support, POC Golden Pocket, weekly naked point of control, I'd say between 128 and 125. If we can get a pullback there, I will potentially be looking for a long. 786 value area low would just simply be the next area I would look at. So yeah, these are basically the key levels I'd look at, right? And then if you could get the bounce, I would potentially pull up the visible range. Yeah, I would. Let's see here. Yeah, if you are able to get the move up, I would think that the key level to break is going to be basically where we just rejected, right? This is going to be key, doorway to higher prices, right? So if we could get above this, hold it as support, I would look for a move up to $1.52 and potentially $1.80, like for the big move. If you can get that big move, you know, you do have levels here, right? But there is a bit more of a, you know, I would probably be looking at that weekly naked point of control as the bigger target. But yeah, if I can get a entry down here, you know, not the worst thing in the world in my opinion, especially pull up the money flow here on the 4 hour already in the green. You know, I wouldn't say local. That's not local targets, but you know, if I could potentially get like an entry down here somewhere, this is not a signal or anything like that, but this is just something I would look at, right? To the retracement zone, right? If I could get along, I mean, even on the value area low, you get an entry, value area high, you get an entry there potentially. But yeah, if we could get a move down here, back up to the golden pocket, something like that. Would be like a good start, and then potentially that could be the start of the bigger move. But again, like back up to the higher time frames, like higher time frame green dots, but you know, money flow is just not really looking terrific here. Let's check the daily. Yeah, daily money flow crossing into the green. I don't know. It's actually not looking horrible. Daily money flow looking to cross over into the green. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say right now, to be quite honest. Yeah, this is definitely the doorway to higher prices, though. Breakout here, you can make a run for the golden pocket / weekly naked point of control. These would be kind of the next moves. So, $1.53 all the way up to about $1.81 is what I would look for. If you could get the move up, right? But locally, I would look for a retracement back down in here. All right. With that being said, let's see. Yo, you guys are funny, bro. Yo, shout out to Nick dropping those candles. Let's go. Shout out to Nick. I appreciate you, bro. Jenny Swanson said, I got a Colombian girl in San Jose, California, looking for a gringo to me. Yo, you guys are crazy, bro. The Godfather said, thanks, buddy. Bought SNX at $1. Let's go. Hey. Down here at $1. Nice. You basically sniped the bottom here. I mean, I'll be honest, because if you hold this Fibonacci retracement, yeah, you hold this 786, this could be a little pump up. But those would be the next targets, right? You would hope for something like this, right? That's kind of what I would hope for. But again, a little hard to call right now. It's a little bit of a weird point in the market here. Shout out to Golden Valley. He said, act normal. But guys, actually, let's take a look at Arweave real quick. I'll do a speed run on Arweave. Speed Tour. Shout out to anybody who watches TikTok. I don't know if anybody watches TikTok, but if you know Speed Tour, you know Speed Tour. Anyway, let's see. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah. This stuff all looks so gross. It's so choppy, so grindy. Man, could have taken the whole summer off, to be honest. Shout out to people who can take the summer off of trading. Let's see. Yeah, daily red dot printing. 16-hour red dot. Yeah, this looks pretty choppy, to be quite honest. What's a TikTok? Shout out to Tyler. Yo, you guys are funny. What's a TikTok? I think it's like I think it tells the time. Do I think NFTs are dead? I don't know. Listen, I'm actually pretty bullish on the technology of an NFT, right? But I don't know. It really depends, right? I mean, like, it's the same thing with meme coins, right? Like, meme coins rip based off nothing, right? It's just community and hype. It's the same thing with NFTs, right? Like, like, it is crazy, right? Like, why is this JPEG of a monkey worth so much? It's just it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme, right? But it doesn't mean you can't make money off it. Like, I don't know. It's like there's no, yeah, I don't know. I kind of compare them to meme coins, right? The question is, like, I don't know. I think NFTs have like a community of people who will always be into them. But I don't know. I feel like meme coins might kind of steal some of the liquidity out of the NFT kind of sector. But I don't know. I've never been a huge NFT person, and the only Tic Tac. Shout out to Bullish on Parade with the UFO emoji. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to the Tic Tacs if anyone's ever seen those in the sky. But anyway, yeah, it's I've never been I've never been like a huge NFT guy. Not that I don't think you can make money with them. You definitely can. I know people who make tons of money on NFTs. I also know a lot of people who have held a lot of NFTs to zero. It's like anything in crypto, right? But I will say, I am bullish. Like the technology of an NFT is like super, super useful. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a get in, get out thing for me. I never really paid too much attention to them, other than like the big ones, only because it's only so much that I could keep on top of, right? Like, it's really hard for me to like keep an eye on all the charts, on all the time frames, and all the setups and all this stuff, while also like having my thumb on the pulse of the NFT market. So I have like other friends that are into that stuff. So I kind of just go based off what they tell me, and I kind of just make my decisions based off of the little research that I do. But yeah. Yeah, not my thing, just because I don't have the mental shelf space for it, very simply put. But yeah, definitely tons of money to be made. I'm sure they will come back in some capacity. I'm sure, right? I'm sure some point this cycle, just like there's going to be a meme coin that nobody knows of right now, it's going to be like, how did this do a 2000x, right? It's probably going to be NFTs like that again as well. I mean, that's just what I think personally. But yeah. On Arweave, I'll say, yeah, value area low. I mean, that's still your key level, right? Locally, if we could hold the higher low, this is your key level of resistance. If you can get the continuation up, like that's your next major level that I would be looking at between about 2486 and 2682. 4-hour money flow starting to come up here. It's like bullish divergences. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could potentially see that move up, to be honest, if that money flow continues up. But I wouldn't really be looking for a trade on this, to be honest. This is really choppy right now. But that would be kind of the next major target, in my opinion, from the high to the low here. Yeah, you're holding the 786. If you hold the 786, I mean, your hope would be to get a bounce at least up into this zone. And then if you could flip that 786, I would look for the bigger move up here. Where this golden pocket and 786 is not really useful anymore. However, PLC is still up there. So that's kind of what I would look for. If you lose that 786, very likely looking for a bigger move down. So there you go, guys. And with all that being said, I think that's all the time we got for tonight's live stream. I appreciate every single one of you guys for hanging out with us here. I think the best use case for NFTs is video game items. Yeah, stuff like that. Where like deeds to a house, titles to cars, stuff like that. I think is definitely very, very useful technology. But yeah, I think there's going to be a time personally, and I could be wrong about this, right? I do think there's going to be a time personally where there's like, I just don't know if, other than the hype of stuff, if you want your NFT to hold value, I think it's going to have to be more than a picture, Yeah, it's hard to get like the general public on board with that, right? It's got to be tied to a game, something like that. Like you've seen Yuga Labs do a lot of stuff like that. I mean, I don't even know how are Bored Apes holding up? Let me know in the chat. Are Bored Apes like still holding up? Like where are they from the top? Are they making a comeback? Like are they holding value at all? I don't even really know. Let's see. But yeah, there we go. Yo, shout out to Andrew. Oh, no more monkeys. Shout out to Andrew. Yeah. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Let's see. I own $0 worth of NFTs. Yeah. Like I probably would if I wasn't a trader, right? Like I focus. Here's the thing, guys, in crypto in general. And I do think it is worth noting, right? Focusing on one thing, right? Like find your thing and put your focus there, especially in crypto. You do have to kind of embrace the new shiny object thing if you want to chase those huge gains, right? Like the new coins, right? Like you're not going to want to like, you do kind of have to chase the new thing in order to stay current with everything. But in my opinion, like find your niche and stick with it, right? Like for me, it's trading. Like I always say, people like, oh, Frankie, like, why don't you look at a ton of meme coins? Like, why don't you do meme coin analysis or anything like that? My simple answer to that is, even with the long from 40K, right? I turned $674 into $8 grand, right? Like, this is not uncommon for trades, right? Especially when we use leverage, right? So I can get those 1,000% returns by leverage trading, right? So I don't need to catch that next meme coin, right? So if I can catch these 1,000x, these 500% returns, with my trades, like, why am I gonna like spread out my capacity to like focus on all these other things and just like dilute my attention to the thing that's making me actual money, right? So whether that thing is leverage trading, right? Obviously, if you're in this live stream right now, you're probably interested in trading, and that's why you're here to learn. But like that's my simple thing is like when I see somebody get a 10x or a 100x or something on a meme coin, like I'm not like, oh my god, I'm never gonna get, like I'm just getting that in a different form, right? Some people might not catch the meme coins, but they catch the NFTs. Maybe some people stick with NFTs and meme coins, and then maybe some people just value invest, and then some people only do utility coins, and then some people leverage trade, right? But my suggestion to you is pick something and focus your attention on that one thing. And you're probably not going to be good at that thing at first, right? But you're, in my opinion, otherwise you're just going to wind up kind of like going from thing to thing and just like either making a little bit of money and then going on to the next thing, making a little bit of money, or making a little money here and then losing it in the next thing. So I just, if you could stick to one thing and get good at one thing to make consistent gains over time, that's kind of the way I look at it, and that's why I chose trading, right? Because even in a bear market, when there's no meme coins and no NFTs doing 150x's, no altcoins doing 50x's, we can just catch those 10x's, 50x's, 100x's, whatever it is, on the trades, on the moves to the downside. So for me, trading, there's opportunity all the time, whether the market is going up, down, sideways, left, right, diagonal. I mean, I guess it's really only left, up, down, or sideways. But either way, there's always an opportunity. And that's kind of why I stick to that thing, right? I got good at the TA, got good at the trading, and just stuck with that. So, yeah, that's kind of just, that's my 2 cents on focusing on what leverage you use and how long do you hold your position for. Shout out to Mike Owen. It totally depends. It's different all the time. It depends on it depends on a million different things. It's kind of been impossible. Like, for example, the long from $40,000 that was just closed. Definitely not upset about that. But no, like the long that I just closed from 40K, I was holding that since January, right? So now again, I don't typically hold my trades for that long, but that was just kind of for the meme. I wanted to hold that long for 40K. And then I guess, I don't know, I got KYC'd or something and they kicked the trade out. But But yeah, that is so it depends, right? Sometimes I'm in and out in a day, in 5 minutes, in an hour. Really just depends on what I'm looking at, what time frame I'm on, and a million different other things. But if you stick around and subscribe to the channel, smash that like button. I teach you guys how to do this every single weekday right here at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's all the time I got for tonight's live stream. Thank you for hanging out, Mafia. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Shout out to Tony D. Shout out to Jenny Swanson, Wick589, K Diggity, Flame. Shout out to Bullish on Parade, Goldavelli, Nick, Mike Owen, Wayne C., Wix Y589, and Jenny Swanson. Did I say that? I don't know. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same place, same time. We'll have to see what Bitcoin does. If you missed Bitcoin TA, go to the front of the stream or the beginning of the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same place, same time. Go check out the Trading View tutorial. I'll see you guys next time. Asapasa, Frank Candles out. Bing bong!
Bitcoin dominance. Going for the highest low in the history of this rally, this uptrend that's multi-year now. As Bitcoin recovers off the lows, the altcoins just not going up as much. Some are, I mean, a few are, but many are just, yeah. If Bitcoin's down 0.32% today, that means collectively across the market, assets are down 1% or more. Yeah. 60%, we're just waiting. We don't know when it's going to get there, but that's the target. It's been the target for 2 years. That means altcoins are going to collectively underperform Bitcoin to the US dollar, whether Bitcoin goes up or down next. That's it. That's the update amongst the, I mean, going for the highest close, one of the highest closes in years, highest low in years. Nice. Bitcoin futures. Why not? Play the futures, man. Oh, it was so like good, kinda, but we were so close to like really doing something. The divergence maybe could be argued there. Again, I don't want a local low, a retest locally, but the 200-day simple moving average was regarded as resistance. There was no formal close above that today. Yesterday there was, but today, no. We're gonna close back below it, and here we are on the newer day, just sitting below near the bottom side of the major inflection zone. It's very evident here, just like spot price, same thing. Market cap, nice recovery today, very nice recovery, man. I mean, it just is like, wow. But just spinning the wheels. In this one, the levels are different. 1.087 trillion equals 57.5, so you're technically above the key level right now, so that's good at least. Nice channel, whatever, we're just looking at it. 1.135 trillion, 1.13, 1/4 of the reciprocal of the golden mean ratio, the 1.618. Cool.
Since we started out on BitConf, let's go further into crypto.
Ethereum down 2% today. What the? Why? Why are we down 2%, chat? Bitcoin's flat. Why is Vitalik didn't take his protein shake? So it's cool what they did in the end, right? The level from history that has been so well regarded. We know it well. It's 2,400. They tested at least part of it as resistance and no higher. That is not really great, you know. If you want good things to happen to Ethereum, the buyers need to absorb all the supply that remains at 2,407, and then major markup to 2,559 and beyond. Like, you haven't done that yet, so it's kind of like, are we working on hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour? Yeah. Here's a high on price. Here's a substantially lower high on price with far greater levels of positive momentum. And again, like, just the things you're looking for more pronounced reversals, it just doesn't exist yet on this chart. Again, like, it may never happen. Okay, I don't act like I know where these assets are going next, but I'll tell you, I do know what it looks like for a more pronounced reversal, and it's a confirmation low at key levels. They tested it once, only once, so no one really knows if the true bottom's in yet. So it would be nice to get a second test, and then we can watch some favorable price action occur there. So then we could come back with a way more compelling argument for upside. You just don't have a very compelling argument right now for higher prices, even though you could still break upward without confirmation. It's not about what's going to happen next. It's about what we're looking for the greatest probability of a particular outcome. And always local confirmation lows are going to give you that. And you want those local confirmation lows to be occurring at key inflection points from history, because that's how you are able to strategically manage your risk. So flip those coins, man. But bearish back test, most recent discernible event on the 4-hour. Whatever, 4-hour joke. Daily first level of positive momentum will be confirmed since September 2nd in 42 minutes and change. I mean, technically gonna cover the previous candle, but man, it was bad. And then they definitely brought it back to life, didn't they, today? I mean, it is up off the lows almost 3%. But just, you can't be that sold. Even if this was an M shape, informal M shape, even with an 886, you still want a confirmation low locally, a type 2, if you will. This would be the type 1 reaction. Nice reaction, but no technical benefit to buyers yet, right? No key levels broken. Yeah, whatever. Spinning our wheels, man. Stuck in the mud on Ethereum. Cool story, bro. Underperforming.